Starting the stream. Do. Boop. Boop. Are you gonna start? There we go. No? Hello? What the fuck is going on? I need to turn up this fan. There we go. Oh god, I can hear myself. There we go. We're fine. I don't want you that loud. Sorry, it's a little hot in my room. Alright, sorry about being a little late today. I was finishing watching a show with my friends. Let me open this up. We good? I think we're good. Okay, I don't actually remember what we're doing. It's been a fucking hot minute, has it not, huh? Alright. So, what are we doing? Split these two. Who? Oh, the shopkeep. Find a way to erase that guy's to get the keys, and then find Ravel. Okay, we don't have a lot. Hey man, I don't think the stream... Fuck you. God damn it, fool. Alright, so. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen. I am back. Officially, I have first week set. It is all set and good. So, I have now my schedule for my job. It is basically 7 to 4. That is my rough schedule. Sometimes I get home a little earlier. There will be times where I have to go late. And then there are also going to be weeks where I leave, like, Sunday afternoon to, like, go somewhere. And then I spend the whole week out on contract. I'm basically working in general contracting. And if you don't know what that is, just picture a man in the back of his garage doing shit for people in the town. And then turn that into a full-blown business. That is basically what that is. We just have a massive workshop full of a bunch of random ass tools. Like, half the time I'm just sent out on deliveries to hardware stores to just pick shit up. Like, people just ask us to do things, and then we do those things. Like, it can be pretty much anything. We do, like, duct work, things like that. First day I was working on a food truck. The second 2 days I was hanging 2 different, like, like, restaurant line, like, hoods. Like, the shit that goes above for, like, ventilation and, like, lights and shit. We do a bunch of different shit. So, basically, it is going to be the morning. Whoops. Sorry. Hold on. I gotta make sure everything's working. So, basically, we're doing the morning. Or, I work in the morning to the afternoon. So, instead of streaming at noon to 4 for all the week, I have decided you can actually check the About Me right now. I've switched it to where it is going to be the weekends, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to stream at noon, the usual, so that even Europeans can still get on it, because I don't want to cuck, like, half of my fucking audience. So you're an employee, or you... I'm an employee. You deadass ate all that Chick-fil-A. I'll get to the Chick-fil-A in a second. Trust me on this. So, basically... guaranteed stream Saturday and Sunday at noon. I'm a little late today, I know. I was watching the Devil May Cry series with friends. I'll get to that as well. But plan on streams those days. It's going to be at there. And then I want to say during the weekdays. Not every single day, obviously. But if I feel like I can, there might be guerrilla streams at like 5 to whenever. Maybe 4 to whenever I get back from work. I don't know. It's still kind of up in the air, but basically there might be some guerrilla streams during the week because I don't want to just leave it to only weekends. That feels too... not lazy. You know what I mean, right? Just doesn't feel like enough. Where's my chat cover? Wait, what happened to my chat cover? I was gonna pull up the fucking tier list of Chick-fil-A. Wait, I don't have a chat cover I can pull up. Wait, okay, so that... oh, there it is. I found it. Ignore that photo. That was back from Bioshock. Yeah, Harambe streams. Expect Harambe streams. Alright. Hold on, I gotta make that bigger. Okay, so... I want to talk about this. No cuck chair. Listen. Alright. I already said I don't fucking know what the fuck we're doing. We're gonna be looking around for fucking Ravel and some shit. So
I'm gone.
We're gonna be looking around. But basically, so this is the tier list. I don't like Chick-fil-A. I never had Chick-fil-A. If you saw the image, like in the Discord, I bought fucking $200 worth of Chick-fil-A. I bought pretty much like one of every item on the menu. And when I say every item, I mean like the brands of items. So I only got like one salad. Shut the fuck up. I got one of each sandwich. I got a brownie. I got a cookie. I got all the sauces. I got a 30-piece of chicken nuggets. And it's very important that you hear it's 30-piece. It was $36 by itself. The 30-piece chicken nugget. And then I also got like a couple fountain drinks. I got their lemonade, but a frosty style. I got their fucking strawberry thing. I already said the salad. I got a chicken wrap. What the fuck else did I get? I got waffle fries. I got their mac and cheese. I got their chicken soup. That was dog shit. Basically, the only really good thing on their menu was the brownie. Was the fudge brownie. Yeah, trying to stay healthy anyways. Give me 30-piece chicken nuggets. Well, it was already $200 fucking dollars. I wasn't gonna buy one of each salad. I was just gonna get one salad. Alright, you wanna know what's fucking funny about the salad? 1 second. I gotta pull this up. Hold on, it's on my phone. I'll send it in the Discord, and then I'll try to pull this up on the thing. Overall, I did not enjoy it.
Well, I mean,
fucking Chick-fil-A just kinda, like, it was mid at best. The only good thing was the fudge brownie. And this is coming from someone who's been to Mackinac, the fucking capital of fudge. So, the brownie's good. What was it, barbecue bacon? Shut the fuck up, more. The barbecue bacon thing, the barbecue bacon... What the fuck was it? Barbecue bacon... There was some other descriptor on there. I don't fucking remember what it was. But that sandwich, that was also pretty good. The deluxe was also pretty decent. The spicy version, though, it was like white person spice. Like, obviously, I'm pale as shit. I get fucking smacked over the head with spice whenever I have it. So, obviously, it affected me, but it did not affect me that much at all. It was white person spice. It was a slight twang. Like the chicken from Chick-fil-A had no seasoning in it. The default chicken was bland as hell. Like, alright. I wanted to try Chick-fil-A because I was just curious. I hear there are some people who say it's God's gift to this fucking country. Then I hear others say that it's mid. So I wanted to see it. And I was like, maybe their homophobia made it taste better. They need more black people in the kitchen. Their chicken sucks, dude. Like, holy fuck. It is atrocious. I don't know how people can say that place is fucking a masterpiece of a location. The chicken's bland. The spice is dog water. The waffle fries were not crispy in the slightest. Their cookie tasted old. Their salad, I ordered a salad with like fried chicken on it instead of grilled chicken, because their grilled chicken was also dog shit. I ordered it with fried chicken. And instead of cutting it up and putting it in the salad, they just grabbed a slab of cold fried chicken and just tossed it onto the salad.
Come on, let's shake a leg. Well, I mean, you.
That's all they did. I ate around the fucking chicken. I did not want to dig into that. And, like, the salad was still not good. They also did this thing that I hate, where, like, if you get a chicken sandwich, like, from McDonald's or anywhere, they put it in a fucking aluminum bag, and it just makes it soggy and not taste good. Like, I don't understand how people can say it's good. And, like, half their sauces were just eh. I didn't like their honey mustard. I don't like anyone's honey mustard. I was hoping they would be different. Their Chick-fil-A sauce was alright, but, like, it wasn't... Ugh. Their mac and cheese was okay. The bacon on the mac and cheese, they didn't mix in the bacon. They just slapped all the bits on top of it. They don't... Chick-fil-A sucks, dude. Like, like that's my thesis right there. Chick-fil-A fucking, it's dog shit, man. Just get the brownie and move on. Like, oh, their lemonade though. Their lemonade was pretty banger. I will say, I had the frosted lemonade. Just get a fudge with some lemonade, and you're set. Like, that's all you need. Just go to KFC or just go to Popeyes. Really, just go to Popeyes. Someone rewind because I missed a good 10 minutes of this stream. These ads. Okay. All you need to know is I just went on a massive rant of how I hate Chick-fil-A. That's it. Planescape fast food. I don't like Chick-fil-A. Just get the fudge, just get the lemonade, and go to Popeyes. It's bland as hell. Like, genuinely. I get the homophobia. I get it. Alright? I hate myself too. Alright? I understand. But, like, get some black people in the kitchen. That chicken's bland as hell. My god. And upgrade your spice. Get some Mexicans in there for the spice. That spice was atrocious. Anyways, what are we doing? I murdered this man's daughter. I don't want to disturb him again. What's going on in here? Please say everything you said again. I'm not gonna lie. I was seeing red. I don't remember what I said. I was just going on a tangent. Fucking salad, big old slab of chicken, all that shit. You know the drill. You can watch the VOD. It's fine. Is there anything in here?
I'm gone.
Nothing. This was a whole waste of time. God damn it. Where the hell are we going? We gotta find Ravel. She said, Lothar suggested the next stage of my journey might be to... Yeah, I was there. She told... Oh, okay, she was... Alright, let's see if I remember. You're in the Midwest. Not all spice is bad in the Midwest, though. Like, okay, I understand. I'm in the Midwest. It's white as fuck here. The spice isn't gonna be that great. But, no Mexicans anywhere. I know... Alright, I know you're right about this. And I feel really bad because the only Mexicans that I really knew in my hometown was just a construction crew that would come into Taco Bell every lunch break. I felt so bad for them because they were going to Taco Bell. And Taco Bell doesn't even have that spicy shit. I understand the spice is going to be dog shit because I'm in the Midwest, but there's still like, I go to like family owned bars and they have good spice. It fucking kills me, but they have good spice. Genuinely. You can get good spice. And if you're gonna have like a chicken sandwich and a spicy version of every single chicken sandwich on your menu, get some good spice. Like, that's all I gotta say. You can't advertise yourself as fucking... I don't even know what they advertise themselves as. Have I ever seen a Chick-fil-A advertisement? Now I'm thinking about Long John Silver's. What the fuck is Long John Silver's, man? Poor Mexican missing out. I ain't Mexican. I'm way too white for that. Seriously though, what the fuck is Long John Silver's? It's gotta be a front. Getting a heart attack was good spice. Exactly! If I'm not having a heart attack, it's not good spice. Like, I gotta be profusely sweating with my tongue sticking out as it's beet red and my cheeks are swelling. If it's not that, it's not good spice. And I can tell you, I'm white. I can't handle spice for shit, so it doesn't take much to do that. Oh, wait, what's up here? Oh, there's a whole section of this area that I haven't explored. You fucking serious? Thug boss, who are you? This young but well-muscled thug, while certainly well-armed and large enough to be dangerous, seems awfully clean for a typical street tough. That reminds me, on my literal second day of working at my new job, because, you know, it's a construction, it's a blue-collar job, which some people would say it's a good thing, others would say it's bad. I kind of like it, because I was kind of raised like that. I like it. But it's a blue-collar job. But I never worked a official worked a blue-collar job. Like, I've been on duties, I've been helping my dad with, like, his company and stuff, which was relatively like that. But I didn't have, like, any work clothes. So, my mother took me out to grab work clothes. It was all brand spanking new. I go in, the second day, a coworker walks by and calls me a level 3 dungeon master, and everyone else just nods in agreement. I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? And then he says, your boots are a little too clean. That's all he needed. This is exactly what... this is precisely what that was. Just someone a little too clean for this work. That, like, they try to blend in, but it's just off. It's like an uncanny valley, except you know exactly what the issue is. They just don't have experience. Blue collar workers. The call out. Yeah, it was a massive call. I fucking loved it. I wasn't gonna deny it. They fucking right. I bought brand new work boots. Like, honestly, I should have just grabbed some for my father. He has plenty. I also just had, like, regular things, but, like, my mother was very insistent, because, like, you know how mothers are. Oh, fucking, like, oh, get this new stuff, I'll pay it for you, don't you worry. Gotta get, like, waterproof, rubber sole, steel-toed, fucking protect your little tootsies. It's so overblown. But I love her. She's great. We even passed by the work. And as we were passing by, I pointed to it. I was like, hey, that's where I work now. Because they didn't know where it was. It's an off-the-beaten path sort of company. So then, after I said that, she proceeds to slam on the brake, pull in to the company, pull up right next to the front door, which is right next to the street, take a picture, and then leave. So I'm expecting her to walk in with, like, cupcakes or some shit one of these days. Anyways, back to the thing. Sorry, tangents. He's carrying a massive axe in one hand and a steel box in the other. As you near him, he puffs and scowls at you. Shut the fuck up, kid. What are you looking at, sod? Pike off before I scrag you. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Anna. Scrag? What? Why am I doing Mort's voice? Hold on, I gotta get Irish. Oh, for fuck's sake. Scrag? What in the 9 planes of Bator are you talking about, ya idiot? Scrags nagged, nipped... What the fuck? Scrags nagged, nipped, yanked into the hard heads, you clueless, able-coved bark. He glares daggers at Anna, but says nothing. You two seem a little well-groomed for a thug. You had a Minecraft YouTuber talk down to you? I'm sorry. Stop shaking your bone box, Leatherhead. Leatherhead? This is my territory, and you'll be leaving it quick if you don't want my bloods to tear you apart. Bloods? Did you just come out of West London thinking you're from South? What the fuck was that? Anna snickers, shaking her head. Rattle, you sod. Rattling your bone box it is. I like to see how long you'd last to drop smack in the middle of a hive, acting as you are. Anna turns to you. Come on, let's be off. No use wasting our time with this wee-stemmed basher would-be. His face flushes angrily as he gnashes his teeth in frustration. That's it! You've Oh, we on? We on? We're on! Oh, ow. Okay, okay, Everyone attack you.
I'm gone.
I'm a little out of practice, it seems.
Oh,
I'm hurt.
oh, I'm getting beaten.
What's up?
All of you attack him. I'm going to quickly just move around. Actually, all of you attack him. I'm gonna need you... Wait, hold on. That's right. Wait. That's special abilities. I meant to click spell. What the fuck is this? Permanent? Wait, with a touch you can bring another's pain to you. Oh, that's healing. What's this one? The ability... Oh, that's all healing. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to do that on him. Cure wounds. Do you have... Call lightning. You missed. Attack. There we go.
I'm hurt. All right.
A lot of practice.
Practice valley.
Dumbass. Thank you for the heals. Wait, you're doing it automatically? Wait, hold on. How many of these do you have? You used them all. But No, I could have just healed all that on my own. I have regenerative abilities. You just wasted all that healing. Fuck.
Gone.
God damn it. I got the steel box at least. Damn it, man. That kind of disappoints me a little bit. I appreciate that it is, like, you know, automatic, but I would have not done that because I heal. There's an option to deactivate AI healing. There
I'm
is?
listening.
Hold on. Where is it? Status screen. It's probably in settings, honestly. Gameplay. Always run, gore, heal on rest. Ooh, that feels like cheating to turn it on. Oh, I can turn that on too? That still feels like cheating. Smooth area transitions, okay. Oh, there's a difficulty slider. Okay, none of those actually... It wouldn't be in graphics, where is it? In game settings. Are you sure? Enable this option to rest... Wait. Enable this option to rest repeatedly, casting healing spells until fully healed. Otherwise, the party will rest once and cast only the currently memorized healing spells. Wait. Oh, okay, so it casts repeatedly until I'm fully healed? And then... Otherwise... Okay. Hold on, how do I do this? In feedback, perhaps? Spell casting... What is this one? This controls whether or not a text message is displayed. Oh, okay. Oh, that's feedback. Okay, I understand that. Auto pause. Center on party member, character hilt. This option will pause the game if any character's current HP decreases less. That's nice. This seems a little much to auto pause every time you're hit. Spellcast, character attack. Trap found actually sounds pretty useful. Okay. No. Okay, that's actually really nice. I can't find it. I know the option was somewhere. Should have gotten the clothes mixed in, mixed them in dirt and water. I really should have. That would have been smart for that. But honestly, I don't really care. They're all really chill people. Like, if you can joke around with them and just be chill. Like, I mean, it took me a minute because I'm like that. I'm introverted. Like, I don't go out of my way to talk to people. So I've been pretty quiet, admittedly. But when they approach me, I don't, like, shove them off. Like, I chat normally. Like, I try to. And I do what I'm told. So they're chill with it. Thankfully. I know I do some people who wouldn't be. And, ugh. Fastest is... Huh. Interesting. In a completely different menu, maybe? Yeah, it probably is. I assume not in graphics. Maybe character setting? Like, is there a setting for the character? Options, no. Priest, statistics. What is Reform Party? I'm really scared to click this button. Oh. Favorite spell. Wait, what is party kills? She hasn't killed anybody. I'm gonna fire up my own game. Okay. It wouldn't be an inventory. There's a map? What the... I didn't know this! Wait a second. Didn't one of you tell me about it too? I'm a fucking idiot. I apologize. I was about to write, I thought you wouldn't stream during the week, and then I remembered it's the weekend. Okay, so, alright, yeah. Let me rephrase, because now there's more people here. So, plan is, stream the weekend, noon, both Saturday and Sunday. I will try to do it to my very best. Even if I'm late, I will still, like, try to stream that day. Like, even if it's later in the day, I will still try to do it. Hopefully, because sometimes I will be taken out Sunday. Like, that, ideally, that would be the only excuse I wouldn't stream on Sunday, is when I have to actually work on Sunday or Saturday. But, Bet on it, basically. Like, that's the plan. I will actually do an at everyone if something does come up. And then on the weekdays, after 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, maybe 4, I might, like, do it earlier just so I have more time to stream. Not every day, but Gorilla streams during the week will be, like, 4 or after, basically. That is the gist. So, bet on that, because be a safe bet. Pre-scroll, no. That's journal. Fuck. Where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. Move my screen.
I'm gone.
It feels weird that working on Sundays isn't illegal in the US. Okay. I know we are a very Christian country, but we're not that Christian. Like, we aren't European Christian. It's not illegal to work on Sundays because the world's still got to go round. I mean, granted, you all know, most of you know, American fucking work ethic is absurdly high. So you know the gist. Of course we're gonna work Sundays. Most places aren't open Sunday, unless of course it's like a restaurant or something basic. Like I've always worked Sundays whenever I was at like the pizza shop. Curious looking building to say the least. Okay, but this looks like a door. But the door. But the door. That's absolutely a door. You're not gonna trick me. Alright, let me know if you find anything, Andy. I want to head into this building, actually. Lou? Phanam! I don't remember what I needed you for, but I needed you for something. I recognize the name. This short, scholarly man, a tight, nervous frown on his face, looks you up and down. Greetings, I am Phanam. I must beg your pardon, sir, but I care little for guests, invited or otherwise, so unless you've business with me, I would ask you to leave. I would have you know that I am a scholar and a linguist, sir. While I shall happily entertain any questions regarding my field of study and language and the like, I can be of no help for you in other matters. Okay, maybe I don't need Phanam. I thought I did.
Done.
US is a lot more Christian than Europe. We just have a lot more holidays that were originally deprived from religion. Well, I mean, just like it originated. Okay. I didn't mean like. Yes, I misspoke. That's my fault. America is a lot more Christian, but I meant like European since Christianity started in Europe, it has a lot more rooted ties to Christianity. So a lot of traditions, not all of them, a lot of traditions originate from something to do with Christianity. So that's why like working on Sunday is not as common. You said illegal? I don't know if that's like overstating it or something, but I'm going to assume working on Sundays is very uncommon in Europe, and that would be why, because Sunday is the Lord's Day. That's what I mean. Like, Christianity is a lot more, I don't want to say pervasive, because that sounds like it's a virus, and regardless of what you say, religion's not inherently a virus. Regardless of what you say or think, but it is a lot more prevalent. That's a better word. Prevalent. It's a lot more prevalent here. But even though it is prevalent here,
Time is precious.
it wasn't started here, so.
The sweet smell of sensates and governors.
Okay. I thought you were smoking some doobie, Mort. I was about to say. Thank God. Anyways, as I was saying, it's a lot more prevalent, but it wasn't rooted here. It wasn't rooted before our country forming. I mean, don't get technical with my ass. All right, Christianity came over roughly the same time our country started. I don't care if it was a full century before it. Shh. You know what I mean when I say this, okay? You know what I mean, chat. I don't want to hear any of your bullshit. Don't hit me with this. Don't hit me with the actually. All right, who the hell are you? The sharp-featured woman's appearance is attractive, though somewhat disturbing, with her blue-black skin and bright blue yellow eyes. Are you racist towards Sith Lords? As she examines you, a small pair of bat-like wings unfold from her back and seem to settle back onto her skin. Were you just flexing on me with that movement? What was that for? Well, well, a floating, disembodied, that is a word I have not seen before. Prevaricating? Prevaricating skull. And fall from grace. Or whatever it is you call yourself now. Truly, oh, you're a succubus. Truly a pleasure to see you here. What do I owe the honor of your visit? I thought you were rarely trafficking among our kind anymore. She glances at you for a moment with the same faint sneer. Or is your assignment here almost finished? Christianity was way before your country was even planned. Shush with your technicalities. You know what I mean when I say this. I mean that Christianity was around many, many centuries before the modern countries developed in Europe. There were many different countries and things in the Holy Roman Empire and everything. The biggest thing being the Holy Roman Empire. There was a whole empire that was not holy or Roman or really an empire, but they had their traditions get pressed about before the modern yeah, before the modern audience. I mean that the United States of America has grown, but it was basically the colonies that had their identity as the New England colonies, and then that just spread out further. It didn't constantly change and shift and mold. I mean, don't get me wrong, it did. It still shifted and molded, but the identity of it being a melting pot and a land of quote-unquote discovery and opportunity has always just kind of sat here. You know what I mean when I say that, right? I fully doubt I'm explaining this well. I can't even say I'm tired. I got some pretty good rest today. I'm just stupid, all right? That's all I gotta say. But you get what I mean. The identity of America has pretty much stayed the same, while the shifting tides of where the fuck is this even coming from? What am I trying to even get at? The shifting tides as brain not braining. You know what? I'm just gonna drop it. I don't really know what I'm saying anymore. Whatever. It's fine. I'll give it to you. Whatever you were saying before, there you go. You win. I do not know what I do not know what assignment you're referring to. What the fuck is that name? Vrishika? Frishavakadu. Though your presence here brings it with many questions. Last I heard, you were a standard bearer for the company of the Vulture. How did you come to Sigil? She replies curtly, firing a question back like an arrow. By choice. And you? Where will your orders take you next? She suddenly turns to you. You see, little man, excuse me? Frishavakadu smiles, as if savoring the words. The best temptress is one that can make you buy into the illusion of being both promiscuous yet virtuous at the same time. A prostitute priestess, as it were. Mistress Grace is among the greatest. She turns to Grace. Are you not? You would not think that 1,000 years of slavery had left their scars, no? Grace speaks with the coldness you have never heard before. The air almost becomes ice as she dissects Frishavakadu with her gaze. That is enough. Very well. Though you are the ones who come into my emporium. She narrows her eyes at you. You're the scarred man who's been going around asking all these questions. The game gives me no other option. I would happily play you in a game of cribbage if I could. She looks you up and down. You sure look lost. Did you want to come in, really? Or are you just casing the place because you have nothing better to do? Honestly, it is the latter. I don't know where the fuck I'm going. I'm just looking for Ravel. Because Free Shivakadu, she indicates herself, can help you. I'm not taking you up on that offer. What is this place? What you see within this shop is the result of much trading and traveling across the plains. She makes a sweeping gesture of the shop. Weapons, charms, and other specialty items are for sale here. You just turn over to a fucking shelf and it's just full of vibrating dildos and fleshlights. As well, everything that is rare and oh so exquisite fills this emporium. Your needs? I sate them. See the merchandise. Would you care to examine the weapons and charms or some other? It actually... Don't fucking tell me that is actually... If there is nothing you like here there are more items towards the front and back of the store as well. I'm looking for the dildo. Or the fleshlight. Okay. I'm very iffy about this. I don't know what this is. There's a saying that describes of what just happened to you. The door is open, but the lights are out. Yeah, that's pretty fucking apt. I like that description. I'm gonna use that eventually. Okay. Yeah, actually, just let me look at the weapons and charms. Divine Sensor. What is this? Oh, Raised Dead. Okay. What the fuck is this? Immunity? I thought it was just gonna do only fire damage. How does a weapon give you immunity? Usable only by Mort. Oh, it's a teeth. Mort, we found you a new toy. No, we're keeping the poison charm. Oh, I want that. Oh, I want that. I want that so bad. -2 damage. Ew. Missile weapons. Andy, did you find it yet? Immune to panic. And +1 strength. Usable only by fighters and living creatures. Ashes. What the fuck is this? These ashes are all that remains of a school of illusionists called Pabulum. According to their expedition logs, they traveled to the plane of Shale in search of the lost works of the Fosterer, a powerful sorcerer who once ruled an empire where the plane of Shale now lies. The naive illusionists were successful and they stumbled across one of his lost works, a hive of vicious creatures called the Traylons. Traylons? The remains of the mages were found days later by 2 Briar scouts and were burned over the pyre as a symbol of their folly. To unlock the power of these ashes, one only needs to stir them with the index finger of the left hand, then sprinkle a pinch of the ashes onto the air in a circular pattern. The smell of the remains of these dead mages is said to cause a Traylon to appear to serve the user. No one knows where the Traylons originated from, but they seem to combine the worst characteristics of demons and insects. They seem to bear an insane hatred for mages, but the reason for this is unknown. I wonder why. Usable only by me. Oh, and we also got the heart of him too. This strange object is said to be the heart of the Fosterer. According to legend, the Fosterer was a sorcerer who built his empire upon the plane of Shale. Many centuries ago, he was rumored to have 3,333 hearts, and each of them carried in it a different evil he had committed in his lifetime. That is such a mythology thing. One of the evils he committed was the discovery of how to summon a Soman and bind them to his will. It is said that the Fosterer was carried away by these beasts after he invoked them against some ancient foe, leaving only his heart behind. According to planar scholars, the Somin are fiendish horses, said to have been born from the blood of the last of the Nightmare Lords. They're not so much flesh and blood, but as an abstract given substance. I love that. They come to anyone who seeks revenge and bind themselves to them. They were born from the great treachery at the Gloom Meet, in time when the fiends gather to speak to the others of their kind. The nightmares ride the skies. Gloom Meet, the time where the nightmares ride the skies to gather the fiends to this meeting, acting as messengers. While the fiends saw the nightmares are helpful, convenient allies, they had grown tired of berating with the last of the Nightmare Lords for his consent to use them. So the fiends of the Gloom Meet... Okay, so what does this item actually do? Hold on. Someone's assuming. Okay. So where was I? So the fiends called a Gloom Meet only for the purpose of killing. They lured the Nightmare Lord there to kill him, and when he arrived, the fiends set upon him. He besieged the other nightmares for aid, but they only watched, their eyes aflame as their lord was attacked. The fiends tried to put him in the dead book. They scattered the earth with caltrops, covered with the foulest poisons in the hells, hurled barbed cold iron spears a league wide into him. Is he a league wide? Jesus. And when he tried to take to the air to escape, they turned the sky alight with magic, binding his eyes white. They struck at him with everything in their hateful arsenal, but no matter what they struck him with, he was too proud to die. They hounded him to the edge of the outlands, firing their cruel arrows and spears into him until he staggered into the hinterland mists and died there, or so it is said. It's said that as the Nightmare Lord stumbled into the mists of the hinterlands, his dark blood left a steaming trail across the landscape. Wherever his blood fell, the outland itself cried out, wailing like a banshee, uttering the cries of the Nightmare Lord would not. Less than a year later, the Somin rode from the hinterlands. See, is this just Horsecog Valley? Seeking out any nightmare and fiends where they could find them. Their cries were the same as had risen from the blood wounds on the outlands, and their minds were focused solely on revenge. It is said that gripping the heart of the Somin and wishing harm upon another will cause them to appear. The Somin will answer the user's call, then fade into mists from which they came. Huh. That was a lot. Anyways. What the fuck is this? Holy shit! Acid damage? Research reveals that this is a formidable weapon indeed, far superior to a normal sledgehammer. This war hammer, also called the Hammer of Communion, or, what? Comminution? Delivers a devastating strike that not only inflicts crushing damage, but also fractures. Oh, it's acid in addition. Holy shit! Fractures any surface it contacts, whether bone, metal, or wood, inflicting extra damage. And if the victim survives, it also softens him up for the next attack. What the fuck? The Hammer of, I'm just gonna say Communion, was used extensively by Enote, a Doomguard priest, in 14 European Union, a philosopher who was prone to violent mood swings while debating theology. He was known to espouse the virtues of the hammer as a means of furthering the decay of dead matter. So he was just... Oh, who the fuck was it? Oh, there's a Greek philosopher that had, BPD. I don't fucking remember who it was. Whether or not what he struck with the hammer was dead or alive before the blow is open to debate. We have another tier. It's only good for lawful good characters. Wait, hold on.
I'm here.
Are you lawful good? Oh, I also need to sell your shit. You're not lawful good. You're not. You're definitely not. You're also definitely not. Okay. Sturdy steel box has a thick leather handle on the top, but there's no apparent way to open the thing. It appears to be welded shut. There are a number of very narrow slits along one side, though you can't quite see into the box through them. A sickly, sweet, rotting smell wafts out of the slits. Wafts out of the slits. Hold on. I gotta catch up. As you examine the container more closely, it shifts slightly in your hands. Something's moved inside it. There's a man's voice from within. Ho there! Is someone there, by chance? My name's Mertwin. Anyone? Hail? Yes, greetings. Thank the powers! Have you seen my body, perchance? Are you fucking serious? It's hard to miss him. Stumbles about with a silly wooden head on his shoulders. Oh! He seems to have worn his feet down to stubbles, though, looking for me by now. Yes, the Civic Hall. Oh, good fortune, then. Could I persuade you to return me to him, good sir? Yeah, sure, I'll do it for you.
Updated my journal.
How splendid. I thank you kindly, then, sir. If you don't mind now, we'll hold off speaking until I'm in my body again. All right. Is there actually anything? I mean, I'll take the hard charm, I guess. I'll do that one. Standish, I wanted to talk to you. This downtrodden little man scurries. The hammer of communism. Okay, so there's no option in the game setting to disable healing. I must have imagined it. What I did read is that you can turn off the entire party's AI, which means you'll have to manual the entire combat from there on. But there's a third button between the empty companion slot and the buttons for inventory kit. Oh, I'll have to check. This downtrodden little man scurries about the curiosity shop, dusting, cataloging, and moving things about for the place's proprietress? That is a word I've never heard before. I'm assuming it's like someone who owns the property, and that's her. Just say store owner. Like... You notice he smells faintly of onions. You guys don't understand the meaning behind that. I have a friend who just randomly, one day after I got home from work, he didn't even know where I worked at. He correctly guessed that I smelled like dough and onions. Because I sat down and I said I stink, and he said, yeah, get that dough and onion smell off you by taking a shower. He didn't even know I worked at a pizza place. Yet he still guessed that. And now, ever since that day, he has consistently brought it up just after I forget about it. Says that I smell like onions. Just... Oh, proprietor but female. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Okay. Like, fuck, man. Why did the game have to know about this? Shop owner isn't fantasy enough. Alright, fine. I'll accept it. I've been doing the same thing. He glances up at you nervously as you approach him. Please, sir, I cannot speak with you. I've work to do, and my mistress simply won't allow it. Mistress? Uh-oh. Sorry, sir, but I can't. Please, leave me be before my mistress notices me talking to you. Your mistress? Little man nods. Yes, Mistress Frishavakadu. I am... Oh, God, it's so cursed saying that. I am Standish, her servant, her slave. I committed a crime and was sentenced to slavery, then purchased in a lower ward like many of her slaves, most of whom she keeps in her manor. Now, please, I beg you, leave me be, or she'll become angered and beat me unmercifully. Alright, farewell, Standish.
Very well.
Done.
I don't think I have anything else to do with you. What do you mean when you were calling more prevaricating? Because I don't even know what that means. Prevaricating, misrepresenting, perjuring, dissimulating, lying. Oh, did I say that? I'd meant a floating, disembodied, pontificating skull, as in dogmatic, always stating an opinion in a self-important manner. She smiles innocently. If I could glance at Mort, I would. Alright. What are you? She said, an Aulu fiend, a half-demon. My mother was Tenari, a fiend, and my father a great king of mortals. Such a rude question. But then, you're rather rude looking yourself, aren't you? Fucking deal with it. 20 questions about anything around the spire. Understood. Wait, how many times have I come to this succubus and asked her questions on my previous fucking... You know what? I'll just leave you alone. You're clearly done with my bullshit.
Done.
Who do we... Cafe patron? Performance artist. Why do you look like Invincible? This man's face has been painted white. A pair of arched eyebrows has been penciled onto his brow, and red powder has been used to make small circles on his cheeks. It's a mime. Accentuate his lips. He says something, but you can't hear him. His hands are pressed against what looks to be an invisible wall. See if you can touch him. You reach out to touch the man, but your hand is stayed by some unseen force. The performance artist appears to be trapped in some sort of invisible box or cage. What? I can't hear you! He hangs his head, sighs soundlessly, and shrugs. He then steps back a bit, waves farewell to you, and begins to pantomime various actions, pulling on a rope, walking downstairs, and so on. Fall from Grace looks closely at him. I believe I've heard this sort of performance art. It's common in a number of prime worlds. She lowers her voice so that only you can hear, and widely loathed on more than a few of them. It's the same thing? Yeah, okay. A mime, but he's not acting. He's actually crying out for help. He's fucking terrified. Looks confused. This gentleman is closely watching some sort of performance artist, a confused expression upon his face. What's up? The man turns to you, but the performance artist still holds most of his attention. Odd, no? Poor fellow. What's going on? Well, you see, that man is a performance artist. His act consists of various silent impersonations, both of physical actions, pulling on a rope, being trapped in an invisible box, and of passers-by. He happened to mock a passing mage's unusual walk, and now seems to be cursed. He actually is trapped in an invisible box. Now he cannot speak. Ironic, no. That's fucking great. Alright. He continues to watch in silent the silent black garbed man, shaking his head in response to you. Not now, sir. Please, farewell. Okay. How do I get you out? He casts a spell. Hold on, wait, do I have dispel something? Hold on. Pre-scroll. Do I have dispel magic anywhere? Remove curse. Okay, I want to see if this works. fuck, where the hell can we rest? Here.
Done.
Yavanna, can we rest? The brothel. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Actually, hold on. I did notice these. What is this? This young actor seems far too involved with giving his performance to pause and speak with you. You notice that near his feet is a felt cap contained of a small slum of copper. Occasionally, a passerby will drop a coin or 3 in the cap. Drop a coin. Your hand lands in the cap with a soft clink. The actor, without stopping his performance, gives you a quick nod of thanks. Yeah, I'm a good guy. I'm a good person. Alright. Let's go get some rest and fucking get him out of here. Fuck!
I'm gone.
Fall from grace. Do we have permission to rest in your place? Actually, I never spoke to these guys. What the fuck are you? The strange cubic creature seems to be as much machine as it is organic. As you approach the thing, it silently stares at you with wide, unblinking eyes. Its face hasn't the slightest trace of emotion on it. Its voice has a metallic, reverberating quality to it, as if it were more a sound played out on some warped musical instrument than true speech. Oh fuck, how do I replicate AI? Your greeting is returned. I don't fucking know how to do this voice. Hold on. Do I have a Pringles can anywhere? I threw it out when I moved! No! I had a Pringles can in storage for the longest time, but I threw it out when I moved. God damn it. Fuck! Oh, God. Oh, fuck. I apologize. Your greetings is returned. There is a soft click on the creature's blinks. An awkward silence hangs in the air between you two. I have some questions. Identify yourself to us. But... why questions? To learn the identity of the subject is of a high priority. To answer various questions that might be posed by the subject is of a low priority. Identify yourself to us. It's not important who I am. The opinion of the subject as to importance of its identity is irrelevant. We consider the identity of the subject to be important, thus, for all intents and purposes, it is important. I'm not sure who I am. We would know why this is so. Wait, what? Wait, do you know why? I don't know. It's not important, really. The opinion of the... God damn it. I'm not sure who I am, and I don't know myself. I just can't remember. All things should have a name. All things should be identified. We find your answer unsatisfactory. But it shall have to suffice for the present. The creature pauses and blinks at you. We would identify ourselves as Modrons, Quadrone type, winged variant, to the subject. Okay, well, I had some questions now. The subject is free to ask a question. What are you doing here? Our purpose here is observation. What are you observing? We are observing one of the establishment's staff. Who? As previously stated, we are observing one of the establishment's staff. Yes, but who exactly are you observing? The object of our scrutiny is named Delora. Why are you watching her? We have not been informed as to the specific purpose or purposes which resulted in our being given our present task. The command of our superior Pentadrome is sufficient reason to perform such a task. As such, the purpose or purposes are irrelevant to us. Okay. Do you know anything about Ravel? We know nothing about any being or object possessing such an appellation. My God. Okay, what can you tell me about the silent prostitute? The subject referred to is named Echo. We have entered no more information regarding said subject. Okay, alright, bye, asshole. Can we rest here or not? Look, you're a kind lass. Can you let us rest in your room for a while? Is there a way? Hold on. We've spoken to Juliet. By the way, since you were discovering the map for the first time earlier, you also have a bestiary to get a better look at anyone you meet. Wait, what? Beasts. Holy shit. Oh, okay, that's not as... Okay, that feels... Okay, cool, alright. I thought it was just the PCs. Oh, shit. Wow, you look so slutty. Okay. Alright, girl, I'm gonna need you to put on some more clothes. You look like fucking Sensei Wu from Ninjago, but more bald. I don't know how you did it, but you did. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Can you lift up your face so I can, like, see? It's too dark. The only light in the room is from up there. Who the fuck? PC? Wait, what? Was I supposed to get this guy as a companion? Well, he's just having a good time. More as a talking skull, and then... yeah. You also could honestly put on some clothes, too. ASMR. You don't look like the ASMR I'm used to. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. My God. Hey, buddy. Hey, looks cool. But Jesus. Oh, those look a lot more intimidating than I thought. Hey, it's Coke's metal. Oh, this is cool. Wait. Why the fuck is the male completely covered and then you switch to female barely clothed? Come on, man. Yeah, okay, alright, I know. The game's old. Oh, that looks cool. Oh. Oh. Dull looks a lot less intimidating than I thought. Is that his fucking hairdo? AD&D, baby. Let me guess. Oh, okay. Well, okay, at least the dustman. It's not as bad. It's nowhere near as bad. It's still kind of weird, the fact that, you know, their cloak is huge and then theirs goes off just enough to show you their boob. But you know what? It's honestly not that bad at all. It'd be something you'd still see modern. That's Fel, nice. Good man. I'd repeat what I said earlier. The men have a massive cowl, the women get to show off their bust. Also, the women have pupils? Okay. Githzerai, Godsman. Ooh. Okay, I mean, like, it's a harlot. I'm not really gonna bash this one now. That just kind of makes sense. Ugh. Ugh, I hate the lemur. Ugh, I hate those things too. You still have yet to see the really bad one? Oh no. He's just so happy. I mean, of course Ignis was unique, but like, I didn't know I don't remember hearing him talk at all. Lothar, oh my god, that beard. Rat. Mercy killer midwife. Okay, when they said white on blanket eyes, I wasn't expecting something so cartoonish. I love that, actually. Oh. Oh, that's actually a lot less skulls than I thought it was gonna be. Skeleton. No. I can't wait for the female skeleton. Just huge tits. Honestly, not the worst. I actually kind of... The male have more accented tits than the female. Also, by the way, if you don't know, this is actually pretty shit armor. Like IRL. It's a bad idea to have cleavage on the armor because it makes a weak point where swords and stuff would like bend into. So this is just a bad idea all around. If you didn't know this, this is why people make fun of female armor when it's like, I mean, she's wearing cloth, so it doesn't matter. But like, when female armor is, actually that doesn't make sense. Cloth wouldn't bend in on the cleavage. Old game. Back up a little bit. Anyways, that's why people make fun of female armor whenever there is cleavage for like the metal bits. Because it would destroy it. Fun little fact, now you know. Unnecessary midriff and shoulders. And kink gloves and legs. Yeah, okay, that one's pretty bad, honestly. Okay, that's him. Jesus. Dead. How the fuck is this not the harlot? Okay. What the fuck is this? Like, even, like, okay. Why the dagger? Like, they're upper class. Like, I can understand, like, the story, but, like, you're upper class. You would probably, like, have, like, guards or, like, some sort of security, not, if not on yourself, like, in the area. Why? What the fuck is this? Like, this is skimpy for a harlot. Like, the harlot was actually, like, I would consider the harlot pretty, like, accurate. Like, still, like, kinda extreme, but still pretty, like, pretty decent. What the fuck? Oh, no. Oh, I'm scared to click these two. Alright, we got the male. You know, pretty kind of weird for the mohawk, but like, it's alright. Like, you know, zombies wouldn't be wearing so many clothes. Like, honestly, I would expect more clothes for the zombie. Okay, that one's not bad at all. The zombie the male shows more legs. Okay, that one's not bad at all. Why? Why upper class townie? Like, wait. Why? Hold on, I gotta see this. Power and wealth creates privilege, a private law for those who know how to use them properly. When used correctly, they can create more wealth and power and keep a perpetuating cycle that shuts down the less fortunate and sometimes victimizes them. That's accurate. That's just entirely accurate with how money works. And Sigil, what this means is that you'll run into supercilious breed. Why breed of humans who experience tends to be limited by what is right and proper. This woman is a fine example of that. What the fuck? Where the fuck can I rest? I need to remove that man's curse. Yeah, zombie's alright. Zombie is actually, like, entirely fairly balanced. The tieflings were pretty good. Honestly, the only bad... Hold on. Let me double check the first one. It was the townie, the upper class, and the... Oh, it's just all the townies. Huh. That's interesting. That's actually kind of confusing. Why are the townies so sexualized? Of all things. You would really think it would be the tiefling. Well, granted, it was older. Like, it's really like more of a recent thing. Like within the past decade, when people became so much more like outwardly like monster fucking and shit. I don't know.
I'm gone.
Who knows? Ah, yes, the upper class women are prostitutes. Yep, you know them so well. The Karens, always prostitutes. I don't know where the fuck I can rest, but you know what? It's fine. We'll find a way. We'll find a place. I still don't know where I have to go for Ravel. I think I had something, but I don't fucking remember what it was. Well, we can at least return his body.
I'm gone.
Or his head to his body.
Done.
Sensei. There he is. The beheaded man is lurching about, bumping into walls, pillars, and the like. His false wooden head rocks precariously on his shoulders as he shambles to and fro. This must be Murtwin's body. Murtwin's voice suddenly echoes from within the steel box. Oh! Oh! There it is! That's my body! Say there, old chum, over there! The old body shuffles towards you, reaching out towards the steel box containing Murtwin's head. Allow him back to his body.
Updated my journal.
Oh, that's so much better. I thank you, good sir. I imagine my body was here was just getting a bit restless without me. The body hugs the steel box tightly. Yes, I missed you too. The body tucks the case under its arm and bows to you. And as for you, good sir, you certainly deserve some sort of reward for your trouble. Let's see what I've got now. The body fumbles about in its pockets and finding nothing there in its tunic, finally it presents you with several handfuls of copper coins. Thanks, man. I don't really have any other questions. Get a room? Oh, right, I can get a room. Wait, who do I talk to? Do I talk to Fall from Grace? Oh yeah, Anna's kind of extreme too, with her sexualization, but like, she's clearly meant to be like the player's love interest. Like,
All right.
fucking tsundere, half-naked tiefling. Anyways, who the fuck do I talk to? You're a brothel patron. Oh, it was another building. My mistake. What the fuck was it? It was some sort of inn. I genuinely don't remember. Advocate's home. The tailor. Under sigil? Wait, what? Hold on.
I'm gone.
What is this? The fuck was that? Uh-oh.
Done.
Hello? Hello? Oh. Oh, I hate that. Alright, you...
In enduring, grow strong.
Ball of lightning. You...
Yes? What did you wish?
That cannot be.
Oh! That hurts so much!
I'm hurt. All right.
We need to go. We need to flee. We need to get out of here. Oh my god, they hurt so much. Deactivate AI. Yeah, you're right. Toggle AI. There we go.
I'm gone.
Oh, that's horrible. I don't want to go back down there. I really don't want to go back down there.
I'm gone.
Okay, well, we can just go in here. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of healing. To properly manual while yeah, I gotta do it while AI is off. But it's fine, like I usually select everyone and have them attack people anyways.
All right.
I'm pretty sure I don't have to do it, like, manually. Or, like if I select... Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fine. We'll figure it out. Alright. Where the fuck are we going? I assume she's just down there, right? Hold on, let's go the other way. Is this it? Hello, harlot. Down here. Alright. Was there anything else that I wanted to talk about? Oh, yeah. So.
Done.
Hello?
I hear your words.
Yes? Shall I say?
Oh! That was good.
Damn it.
Wow, you all suck.
In knowing the teachings of Zerthamon, I have become stronger.
I'm gone.
Is there anything? No, it doesn't drop anything. He's stronger, though. Oh! Better saving throw. Wait, I think. No. Okay, better con bonus. That's fine. Ooh, some tears. Some bandages, that's nice. Toss you up there. Who has the other tier? Somebody has the other tier, but I don't remember who. We're gonna give it to you. Just so you have something. Okay. So... Oh my god! Oh my god! Come back here. Okay, alright. We managed to... We managed to draw out one the first time, but we gotta get him back. Okay. Alright, we got one. This is good. This is very good.
Hear you.
How may I help?
Spiritual hammer. Oof.
A lot of practice.
Die.
Oof. Nice. Battle axe. Okay, cool. Alright, so what I wanted to say.
Balance I shall serve.
No! Fuck. So, I was a little late today because... There we go. Okay, cool. We're cool. Was that I was a little late today because I was watching the, Devil May Cry scene, and... Honestly,
Time is over.
it's alright. It's a pretty good, like, popcorn show. Like, you watch it to just, like, sit back and enjoy. Like, the writing, it's kind of bumpy. It's not really, I wouldn't say it's perfect, but, like, it's still pretty good. Like, there's some moments that I enjoy, and, like, it's got aura and shit. Like, it's basically DMC. Now, granted, I'm not I've never played any of the games. I've never seen them, so I don't know how well it holds up to the actual games. I don't know if it, like, completely disrespects any of the characters or anything. So that's entirely up to you. But, like, from what I understand, from the few things that I've seen about the games, like, it's a shitpost of a show. Like, I mean, well, I wouldn't say it's really a shitpost of a show, but, like, it's still pretty shitposty and comedic. Like, some of the complaints about the show, like, honestly, I can see it. They're warranted. Some other complaints are just completely overblown and stupid. Like, I mean, it's Twitter. What do you expect? Mobs respawn in zones and give tons of XP. Maybe try to lure just one character instead of on it. Yeah, no, that's fair. No, fuck. God damn it.
I'm gone.
I got really lucky with that one.
Die.
Stiletto.
I'm gone.
No! Asshole! You know what? We can fight two of them.
I'm listening.
I'm gonna need you to hit one with Call Lightning. That hit the wrong one, but you know what? It still hit one, so I'm taking it.
Did you see that?
I'm hurt.
Ooh, I'm gonna need you to back up.
Done.
Alright, we're good. Except for the CGI I liked. The CGI was pretty decent. Sometimes the CGI felt a little like weird, but a lot of the time, the CGI was actually pretty good. So like the story, like there's like some, like, again, story kind of bumpy, like it's not perfect, but like if you're just gonna sit down, turn off your brain and enjoy it, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good just like watch with your friends show, because like there's plenty of just like silly moments and stuff, and like some good aura farming and shit like that. So at least from my understanding of the original games, is pretty decent for it. But like some like complaints that I've heard about the show is just absolutely childish. It's the typical Twitter just completely overblowing dumb shit for no reason. So like just ignore that. Honestly. It's another pouch. I don't know, it really irritates me as a man who's about to get into that fucking business with my own story, seeing people throw hissy fits over such small, completely common writing. I'm not happy, in case you couldn't tell.
I'm here.
Oh, hi! Where the fuck did you come from? Yeah, I gotta uncurse the mind.
See that?
Jesus Christ, they have so much health.
I'm gone.
I don't want to leave because I already killed so many. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, we lured one.
It is I. In Zerthamon's name.
Did you see that?
Die.
Who's getting damaged? Who's getting damaged? Oh, nobody got hurt. Hell yeah.
Gone.
God, that's 8,000 XP. Did you try out the hand? Oh, fuck. I entirely forgot about the hand mortar. I'm sorry. You were right, though. Ginger, I do gotta give you credit. You were right. I do gotta get ear protection and shit for that job, because, like, my second day, I was working with... What the fuck is it called? Not a grindstone. It was a grinder power tool, so I could cut some metal. Loud as fuck. I burned the inside of my fucking elbow with the sparks. I've already injured myself so much on the job, but, like, it's small injuries. Not anything bad.
Yes,
I'm
it's
gonna need you to
done.
back up.
I fear I'm
Oh, girl!
Damn it. How may I help? I'm listening.
Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm gonna need you to cure, aid. Alright, more, you get some of that. Some for you. DMC streams when, honestly, so the show, again, I'm not saying it's peak, but just like Sonic,
Anna,
we're...
were you raised in the hive?
What the fuck?
Mind your own business, succubus. I've nothing to say to you.
Very well then.
Props to you, Grace, for trying to give her a shot. Honestly. Anyways, as I was trying to say, so it was like the Sonic movies. Like, it wasn't anything, like, overtly amazing to me, but it got me hyped enough to want to play the games, which, honestly, I might just add DMC to the fucking list, as I did with the Sonic games. Because I'm just curious. I'm really curious about the games, because I know they're, like, pretty shitposty and just over the blown. Like, it's not my kind of game, but the show got me curious about it. Hello? Oh, hello. Are you gonna... Oh, shit. It's a little more than I bargained for. Oh, come back, come back, come back, come back! What are you aiming for? Here, attack me. Jesus, dude! Oh my goodness! Serious cure wounds!
Alright.
That's only 17 health?
Huh? Okay.
Okay, I need you to attack.
Done.
What?
Done.
Holy fuck. I'm so glad I can fuck with the AI. Oh, that makes me so happy. Oh my god. You already leveled up again? What level are you? Oh, that's right. You have 2 different levels. I forgot.
Alright.
So yeah, I might just add DMC to the fucking list of games. Someone tell Justice. It's locked. Hold on.
Forced it.
Hello? What the fuck are you? Oh no! Not one of these! Oh fuck. Ah! Go, 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 go. Oh my god, you are so fast. Holy fuck, go. Just get out of here. I don't care anymore. Leave.
I'm gone.
Oh my god. Hey, are you protecting this? This large red armored figure is standing in place, apparently guarding the stairs beside him. You ain't guarding it well, buddy! You dimly recall that his ornate armor marks him as an officer of Harmonium, one who provides law enforcement in the city. Hey! The man cautiously motions back towards the street. Move along, sir! What are you doing here? He points towards the stairs beside him, which look to descend straight beneath the city. Guarding the stairway, sir. Why? Where does it lead? To the realm below. Seeing your expression, he continues. Under sigil, you may have heard of it called. You may have heard it called. Any reason you're keeping people from entering this place? He chuckles softly, the plates of his armor rattling with the movement. I'm watching for anything that comes out, sir. Things don't belong in sigil proper. What sort of things are down there? Don't concern yourself with that. He regards you cautiously for a moment. You're considering going down there, aren't you? Well, be most cautious. Rumors abound of the worst sorts of creatures living down below. I've noticed. Holy fuck. Alright. Plans to the tomb would make more sense than the tomb itself. Okay, we should head back to the tomb. We gotta uncurse the mime. Hold on. Hey, buddy.
Yes? What did you wish? strength.
This man's face has been painted white. See if you can touch him. You reach out to touch the man, your hand stayed... Shit. Didn't work. I'm gonna need, like, Dispel Magic or
Yes?
something. Do I have Dispel Magic? Detect Evil, Blessing... I mean, I can curse him. Wait, I'm missing... Hold on, I'm missing... There we go. I can do multiple? Wait, hold on, what's shield? Oh. Huh. I'm gonna do more anger, because I make good use of that. Another kiss and another knock. Oh, he also can have remove curse. We'll do force missiles. Sweet! Alright. He leveled up so he could do some stuff. I'm not even sure if there's anything you can do for the poor guy. Oh, damn it. Anyway, as I was saying, don't level up too much. There's an important side story to do. Okay. Well, first off, I want to head back to the tomb. That seems kind of important. Ugh. Oh, you want to know what made me sad? Fucking, I went to go fill up my water. Because I want to, like, empty out the Gamer Subs thing that I have. Like, I have Guacamole Gamer for it. Because I wanted to try Gamer Subs. It's alright. I mean, it's good. But, like, it's not, like, my taste. So I want to get a new one. So I was emptying up the thing, and this was my last fucking cup that I needed to do. So I went to go fill it up, and it's just full of warm fucking water. Like, it's... It tastes like lukewarm coffee, and I fucking hate it. Well, I mean, it doesn't actually taste like coffee, but it tastes lukewarm, and I fucking hate it. Ugh, makes me sad. How do I get down here? Is it Buried Village? It's in the catacombs.
All right.
It's just the worst possible thing I could have had. Actually, before we go down there. Oh, I heal a lot when I'm in a safe area. Okay. Excuse me, Marta. I would like to rest. Go to the reward. Well, hold on. I gotta go to the tomb.
All right.
There's a shortcut from Lothar's. Wait, there is? Oh, well, I think it's a little late now. Top of the morning. Thanks, buddy. Fuck ass. Sorry, I got a DM, so I'm curious. For some reason, his profile picture wasn't loading on like the thing, so I didn't know who it was. I was just sent a DM from my DM about the D&D session that happened on Thursday. Oh, that's great. I have more pings. Hold on. It could be important. That's why I'm checking it right now. I apologize. TF2 meme and Minecraft movie meme. All right, cool. I really want to, when I pirate the Minecraft movie, I really want to fucking make a drinking game out of it, because I'm not gonna buy the movie. At this point, I don't give a flying fuck what anyone thinks about pirating anymore. I'm not giving these companies fucking money. They can pry it from my cold dead hand. I'll give you money when I fucking want it, but I will hate watch your shit. Just, you know, you'll still get punished for it. So, you know, fuck you. Anyways, when I get the fucking movie, when I get a chance to watch it, I really want to do a drinking game, and I don't know what exactly. Obviously, like, if Jack Black says a thing that's in Minecraft in the movie, like Flint and Steel and Chicken Jockey, take a shot. What's some other ones that I should do? I'm gonna pirate the new FromSoft game. Honestly, fair. But at Twitch, I don't pirate, like, video games or anything. I'm a crystal clear golden boy. I don't stream any pirated games. I don't endorse it or anything. It is, I was joking about the Minecraft movie, okay? It was, where the fuck am I going? It was a chuckle. It was a laugh with the boys, you know? Like, it wasn't serious at all. Because fuck Nintendo, I don't want to pay €500 for one game. Okay. Alright. Okay. I understand the annoyance towards Nintendo. But if you're buying a whole console for one game, that sounds like more of a you issue. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm gone.
And let's be honest here. The $450 for a console isn't that much compared to Xbox and PlayStation, which have been charging fucking $700 for their consoles. Like, honestly, it's not the console that bothers me. It's the price of the individual games. Here, let's do the math real quick. So, Tears of the Kingdom was one of the first $70 games they released. I think so, if I remember correctly. Tears of the Kingdom was one of the first, and that was 2 or 3 years ago. They haven't nowhere near given enough time for the $70 price tag to settle in for us to warrant another $10 jump. And then the fact that they make physical copies 10 more, it does not cost $10 to make that fucking plastic piece of crap, alright? It just doesn't. It's just for the money. That's it. It's so stupid that they would do that.
All right.
The pricing of games pisses me off. I'm not really bothered by the price of the new Switch because honestly, it is kind of cheap for a console. But holy fuck, that is just too much. $80 and $90 for a game of it's Nintendo. Like, I mean, like Mario Kart 8. It's just, it feels like there's some cool shit in it, but for the most part, it's just the same game with like some new cool mechanics. Like, come on. You forgot that you gotta pay.
Anna, perhaps we should talk.
I've got nothing to say to you, succubus.
Very well, then.
Grace, I need a sensory touch.
Mort, now is not the fucking time, buddy. Let them talk it out. You do not need to do that. You fucking perverted little shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw you into a wall. Anyways, as I was trying to say, oh my fucking god. Banter. I do actually really like the banter. It also seems to be programmed to be it's only during downtime, which I also appreciate. Here it is. This is what I was looking for. You forgot that you also gotta pay to play online. And worst of all, the fucking tutorial for now Huh? Okay. Again, I'm pretty sure Nintendo isn't the only one with online services. Because I'm pretty sure Xbox Live, I don't know about PlayStation. Again, I don't fucking use consoles. I don't know. But like, I know Xbox has their own live service that you also gotta pay for. I don't know how much. It was what, like $5 for Nintendo Online? 5 or 10? For the current Switch, the one that I have. Hold on, here. Nintendo Online membership. Let's see. Let's get this done. No, that's a card. I'm not asking about the card. I'm talking about the monthly membership. More to the rescue. Hold on. I just want this. Okay, that's Switch 2. I wanted the original Switch. But you know what? This is fine. It is $20 a year. Okay, I got it. So, for one account, it is $20 a year. Honest to God, that is not that bad. Because that's a year. If it was a month, that'd be absurd. But it is a year. And, like, some online services, from what I've seen, is like $15 a month. But, however, there is also the expansion pack. There's online Switch... There's Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack. That's $50 a year. That's a little more absurd. Thankfully, it's still a year. Okay, what does this do? Okay, so the expansion pack gives you everything with online, and then it gives you Nintendo 64, Game Boy Advance games, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pack, Animal Crossing New Horizons Happy Home Paradise, Splatoon 2 Octo Expansion, and Sega Genesis games. Honestly, I don't really get why they have, like, individual game expansion packs. But, honestly, wait. Oh, so it's... Okay, so... Does it... Okay, I'm curious, though. Okay, so it gives you access to the DLCs. It doesn't look like it gets you the games. That kind of sucks. It gets you DLC for games that you may not even have. That's kind of stupid. But the content in the games, at least for Mario Kart 8, it says a total of 48 courses from throughout the Mario Kart series are racing to the Mario Kart 8 game deluxe game. Content will release in 6 waves until the end of 2023. So it's currently out, and you get access to it. It kind of sucks that you still got to buy the game, but honestly, the Nintendo Online doesn't seem too bad. Oh yeah, did I mention that you need Wi-Fi to play offline games for a mobile console? I hate it. Isn't that just, like, still everything, though? Like, yeah, I can agree. It's kind of stupid. But, like, that's still everything. I don't know. Like, it feels like people are shitting on Nintendo a little too hard for this. By all means, shit on Nintendo. They still need to be shat on. But do it for the right reasons. I'll also give a pass for this. Shit on them for having needed Wi-Fi for all offline games. That's still dumb. Shit on them for that. But that does feel like it's a lot of companies' faults. Last console they had free online, if I recall correctly, was the PlayStation 3. That's actually later than I thought. Props to the PlayStation 3. If I can be brutally honest, except for nostalgia, I don't understand what people see in Nintendo in their games. For me, when I play Nintendo games, it just feels kind of cozy. I doubt you're going to remember it. Obviously, a thing for that is nostalgia, but like even looking at their recent games, like I never really played Kirby. Well, okay, I never played Kirby until like when I streamed it. But that game just felt kind of cozy. Like it's their art style and just how like laid back they make the games. It feels good to play them. That's for me. Obviously, there's still the nostalgia factor, but that is mostly for me. It feels comfy to play them, and I kind of like it. Granted, I don't really get it much, and honestly, like, pirate the games if you can't get them. Like, fuck Nintendo for their stinginess. Like, I'm not gonna be a Nintendo simp over here. Nintendo, their practices are fucking shitty. I love their games, but their practices are fucking stupid. Shit on Nintendo all you want for that. I'm gonna be playing my Zelda. And by all means, go right ahead. You have my permission, even though you never needed it. I need to open up this. Like, I don't want to be like, oh, just roll over. I don't want to sound like the guy that's like, just roll over and accept it because, like, it's already happening anyways. I don't want to hear about it. Go right ahead. Nah, shit on Nintendo. Hit him with all the bullshit. It just feels weird to me, the fact that people are complaining about the console price when that's relatively cheap. And then the Nintendo Online price. The expansion pass, yeah. I can understand that. I don't know if you can buy it separately. Can you buy it separately? Hold on. I actually want to see if you can buy it separately. Can you buy, like, the expansion pack without getting online? Or do you have to get the online, too? What do you even... Hold on. What's the stuff you get with online? Maximum 1 account. You get online play, Nintendo Entertainment System. Oh, so you get Nintendo Entertainment System games, Super Nintendo Entertainment System games, Game Boy games, Nintendo Music... You have to get on... Okay, no, online for save cloud data. That makes sense. Nintendo Switch Online app, that makes sense. Special offers, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, honestly, all those make sense for online. What's the family? So for up to 8 accounts, it is $35 a year. That's honestly still not bad. Wait, that's only $15 more? Okay, now that makes the individual look shitty. Because for full 8 accounts, it's only a $15 increase. What the fuck? And then for the expansion pass, along with the family deal, that's $80 a year. Which honestly, that price does sound kind of fair. $10 per account. It's a little much, but you know, it is 8 accounts, so you are expected to be like a full-blown family. Also, it's 8 accounts instead of 4. I was expecting 4. I appreciate that it is 8. But what the fuck is that price? Honestly, alright, looking at that, I feel like it could be lowered to like 10. Fuck you, Nintendo. You know what? Fuck Nintendo. Still, go, by all means, always of the opinion, shit on them for their dumb practices. Fuck those games. Fuck the price of the games right now. 10 whole increase at dollars for physical copies, fucking absurd. Kill them. No, don't. I didn't mean, no, that was sarcasm. I didn't actually mean that. Twitch, please. Twitch, it was a joke. Please, don't smite me. Am I good? Critique them rationally online and I do not advocate for violence. Yet. Twitch, it's okay. I do not advocate for violence. Just, in a very civil manner, elaborate to them, civilly, of what you are displeased with about their company. Civilly. Hey, hello, Twitch, please. It just slipped out, I swear. I'm like Papa John's right now, please. Don't hurt me. Fuck. Okay. Yes, he did it again. Yes, that guy. No. Alright. 3rd time this week. Alright, the plans reveal the tomb to be heavily trapped, but the exact locations have been omitted. However, you see an annotation along one side that indicates an especially lethal trap was installed in each room. Scrolled along the bottom of the note, written by another hand, it looks to be handwriting. Why did the game just get brighter? The trap is set. Now I need only wait for the tormentor to step within the walls. However, it occurs to me that I need a way to get the corpse out without having to negotiate the traps myself. Negotiate? That's weird to write that out. An enchantment, perhaps, that somehow transports the corpse back to the beginning. Quick, he's running away again. What? Clearly it's me. There's my keys. I think the tomb plans are for dum-dums that can't figure out the trap puzzles themselves. Oh. Wait, was it supposed to tell me, like, how to work the thing? It didn't tell me anything about it, though. Oh, well.
Done.
Let's just leave. I was expecting something more intricate and interesting, but no. I suppose, yeah, you're right. I was supposed to just get out. Wait, no, but I couldn't leave once I entered. I don't know. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Let's just get out of here. We already solved the puzzle. You forget that Path is a D&D player. They struggle with first grader puzzles. True, dude.
Right.
So true. Where the fuck am I? Oh, this is... Oh. I went the wrong way. This is the rat sanctuary. You still have quest about the plans, or does it say it in the journal? No, it just said it in the journal. I had it. I don't actually have the quest. I already got it, so after I got it, it just ended.
I'm gone.
I was just curious if it was gonna lead to anything, because like sometimes this game doesn't give you a quest marker for something interesting, so that's why I did it.
Done.
But it's fine. It didn't do it. I'm not mad. Not mad at all. You can go out from there too. I don't know the way. I'm too stupid, so I'm going this way.
I'm gone.
There we go. Alright. Oh, fuck. I forgot I had to talk to this guy. Thank you. Are you guys gonna start saying the alphabet in my chat? I swear to God. You want the side story? Yeah, sure, hit me with the side story. You said lower ward, right? I'm currently running through my head if there's anything else to talk about. I already talked about Chick-fil-A. Talked about my new job. Fuck it, there's a bunch of stories I could say about my new job. It was so many like dumb shit has happened. There's been so many injuries and so the dumbest thing. Okay, actually, I do want to talk about this. So the dumbest thing. So the first day. The very first day, Monday, I went in at 1 o'clock to sign stuff because that's all I was told. I was under the impression that I was only going to sign things. Apparently, I was supposed to come in the morning to actually start my first official day to write out with the owner on something. He sounded pissed on the phone when another coworker called it. But then I signed stuff, came in the next day, worked on a food truck. My second day, I went out into a town about like an hour drive away, and we were hanging one of those line hoods. Like if you've ever worked in a restaurant when you're working on the line where you put shit on the food, like there's a whole array of ingredients.
You ever get the feeling you're being watched? You are.
Why didn't it give me the fast travel option? That's weird.
Done.
Okay. Anyways, so if you ever worked in the restaurant industry, you'll know. You'll know it. If you work on the line, you'll look up. There's just this massive metal hood with like ventilation, like shafts and fucking lights shining down, so you have a clear look at what you're doing. I had to hang that up the second day, and the third day I was doing the same thing except at a different place. And on that third day, on our way to hang up the second one, we learned out that the first one apparently was supposed to be fucking 6 inches from the back wall because they wanted to put up another drywall and put plumbing behind it. But we weren't told that. For some fucking reason, like no one at the job site was told. There was a whole nother team working on plumbing and like other things. Like one of them, I'm assuming the leader of like the plumbing squad, like it was a whole separate company that was there as well. He was working on the pipes. He talked to us and everything. And he didn't fucking bring it up at all as we were hanging the thing right up against the drywall. I don't fucking know what the fuck happened.
All right.
I went the wrong way. You wanted lower ward. Did you talk to Macbeth more? Macbeth. Where is Macbeth?
All right.
That's Lenny. Where is this Macbeth you talk about? I'll talk to you, actually. You. Why are you in the middle now? But yeah, that was fun. She has a diary. Nothing. Sell all of these. Easy. You have anything to sell? No, it doesn't look like it. And you won't take any of those. Alright. Well, for me... I need the tomb plans. I don't know what this love letter's for. Oh, that was for the side quest. I don't need that anymore. Fium's book! That's what I have. Hold on. I knew I recognized this fucking name somewhere. Ragpicker's Square, where you just came from now. God damn it! I'm an idiot. I'll head back to Ragpicker's Square in a second. Regarding your new job, did they talk to you about what classes of safety equipment you need? They have not talked to me about anything. They also don't wear. Literally the first job I went on, second day, one of them was using the grinding tool. And he just started doing it. No safety glasses, no gloves, no nothing. He just started doing it. That's pretty much the environment I'm in, and it's an environment I'm used to. I don't really care about safety. I just kind of do shit. There were several OSHA violations at my workplace, and it's kind of funny. I would have it no other way. He is in here, I think. But I have your book.
I'm gone.
I have book. I have book. I know you're looking for book. I have book. Huh. I can't put that there. How do I do anything?
All right.
The fuck did I just do? Oh, that's quick loot. I don't... Oh, right, the OSHA suggestions. I will need to get my own tools for the job, though, Ginger, as you were asking. I will need to get my own tools, and I will probably get myself some safety equipment. My father was kind enough to agree to get me tools when I figure out what I need. And I have a general idea. I'm going to start asking around this following week, because this current weekend, my father's currently off looking at a train with my mother, so that's off the table. But next weekend, I'll start asking around this job for ideas of what I need, because I already have a toolbox that I have been using.
Done.
But that's... Oh shit, I'm walking. How do I stop walking? Okay, it's R. I guess Ragpicker's Square. You can return it later. Alright, fair enough.
I'm gone.
Alright, Macbeth. It's the old lady in here, right? You don't want gloves when grinding. It's more dangerous with gloves. Yeah, I'm assuming because it catches on fire. Also, I doubt they don't wear safety shoes. They don't. They wear regular ragged, like, tennis shoes. Like, they don't wear anything safety. Like, he wasn't wearing safety shoes. He wasn't even wearing safety goggles. It was until he looked up at me, remembered that I was the new guy, and talked to me like, oh yeah, maybe I should be more careful about this, because I was just in the hospital for having a shard of metal in my eye. And then he went to go search around for safety goggles, and then put them on and started grinding again. Your path brings you here, does it, child? Yes. Questions. Have you heard of someone named Ravel, Macbeth? Pah! Macbeth hisses and makes a semicircle over her heart. What no sense nothing you going on about, saying such a name in me presence. She wags her finger at you. Evil, saying such a things brings evil to one's door. What do you know about her? Ravel? Myths and scaredy tales told to children's. Her voice drops as if warning you. Listen, child. No Ravel was there. Not at all. And if'n there was, ye got no needin' to be rattling that cage. I need to know all you can tell me about her, Mabeth. It's important. Mabeth frowns. She doesn't seem to want to meet your gaze. Bad things in that name. She looks back at you. In Ravel's queer hag heart, she's lesbian? Many shades of evil and badness, all a-crossin' and a-twistin' like snakes. No more need to be said. Let be. Let be. You know where she is, Mabeth? I have to find her. Where does one find a fairy's tale? Mabeth doesn't know. And if I did know the knowin', would I tell you? Nay, you'd try and dig her up, and I can't have that on me mind. I can't. But child, if you need to know, if you're dead certain that it's near to eating you up inside, then I'll tell you. Please, I have to find her, Mabeth.
Updated my journal.
Ravel, cruel Ravel, lies in the lady's keeping. She does in prison, a maze. It's said that she was put there so long ago, so very long ago. But finding it? Mabeth knows not the way. She sighs. Ask in the fest hall mayhap, in the clerk's ward. One of the greybeards there may have the dark of it. You know anything else about Ravel? Something you can tell me when I seek her out? Child. She speaks, but her voice sounds tired and broken. If ye seek evil in the plains, ye need not travel far. Witch knows witch. Power knows power. Yet there is none who knows all Ravel's branchings and twistings. Learn your skills well, and keep your lids open when new sight don't be seeming right. Trust yourself, and do not be a trust in her. Hear? I will. Thanks, Mabeth. I wish no ills upon others except that one. Glad she's gone, I am, and the cage is better for it. Again, will I say this, child? Let the past rot where it lays. Let lie. Let lie. I'm sorry, Mabeth. I have to find her. Farewell.
All right.
Was there anything else? Has a quest line that gets you some upgrades down the line? Oh, is there? What do I have to tell her? Or ask her? Welding mask to protect your eyes? Pff, don't need that. Oh, okay. So we actually, the building that, like, the office that the company is in is combined with a welding station. So, like, obviously they gave me the word, like, don't look at the light. It's gonna hurt you. Like, and obviously, my dumbass, like, I hear it going off. I'm not looking at it. I'm just waiting for, like, the guy I'm fucking apprentice under for that day. I'm waiting for him to grab his shit. And all I do is just a cursory glance, and as I look away, there's still the dead spot from where I saw the bright welding light. There's still just a dead spot on my eye. That was impressive at just one singular glance. And it's like I just glanced, it's like I just stared at the sun. That shit's bright. Ask her about magic. Are you a witch, Mabeth? Mabeth scrutinizes you. I say not as to what I am, it isn't. But what you be wanting to know so fool bad for that, you hound and old woman, barking and sniffing for a juicy bit of gossip? I want to learn magic. Can you teach me? I'm no teacher, no schoolmistress all set up to teach like them in the big fest hall. There's others somewhere, I'm sure, that spill the dark of it. You'd be wasting your time with old Babette, so you would. I don't agree. I think you've got a lot to teach. Oh, aye. Why do you want to learn such things? I was a mage once, and have turned from that path of the art. I'd like to become one again. Oh, come back to the fold, have you? Very well. Let's see what you've forgotten and what you've remembered.
Updated my journal. Stronger.
Jesus! Beth frowns and nods. You've minded the teachings of the art well enough, you have. You're focused on the wizardly arts now. Ye are. No more fighting and thieving for you unless you talk to another kin to teach you such a thing. Thank you.
I feel stronger.
Interesting. Mage level 3. Is that really all that I am?
And do I hear your words?
There we go.
What is your will?
That's interesting. Tell me about the other me, the incarnation you knew. What was he like? Dakon's gaze travels through you and he falls silent. Dakon?
Updated my journal.
Know that he was different. Know that the differences were not marked on the skin, nor in the way of the weapon, nor in the attire that cloaked him. Know that he was different in the way of thought, in the means he acted upon his thoughts. His will became substance. Know that he saw others and did not see them. Wait, what? He saw others and did not see them. Oh, I think I understand. He knew only how they could serve him. His heart was treacherous, and it was cold, and never did its coldness burn him. Did it ever touch you, Dakon? Did he betray you? Dakon's blade begins bleeding into a dull, flat black. Ugh, and you watch as the edges, like teeth, begin sprouting from the edge of the blade. His face clenches and he speaks through his teeth. It is not my will you know of this. Tell me, Dakon, did he ever betray you? No, there were many treacheries. Any treachery upon me was by my hand. No other. Tell me, Dakon, what was the treachery? I surrendered my word to him. I surrendered myself. What are you talking about?
Updated my journal.
The people do not know themselves to be enslaved to another in deed or chains. If we find ourselves in such a cage, we act to free ourselves, even if it means we must endure another cage for a time. You perform a great service for me. In doing so, you enslaved me. I acted to free myself. Know that I surrendered my word and myself to act in your name until your death. But I can't die. That was not known to me, to this one. I surrendered my word to him. I surrendered myself. Know that there is now nothing left that I may surrender except my life. Know now that I follow you only so I might die. Let's move on, slave. No. What was the service that I gave you that chained you? You saved this one's life. In exchange, Your life became mine. How did I save your life? Upon the rolling plain of limbo, the people shape cities from the chaos with their thoughts. Know that there is no place for a divide. Oh yeah, I think we actually already had this. Yeah, divided mind. Yep. Yeah. Okay. We did already, or actually already know this. Oh wait, hold on. This is different. Know their hatred as I fell from the walls of Shraklor. Know that my self was broken. My blade was missed. My mind divided. I was adrift upon limbo seas, and I washed to drown. I died for days, my mind awashed in division. When death finally came to me, it wore your skin, and it had your voice. Me? I ask that I hear you. As Dracon says the words, your vision bleeds outward, and a scroll of sensation begin to worm its way back through your skull. You feel nauseous for a moment, and your vision is suddenly chaos, smeared, twisted, and you are someplace else, someplace in the past. Oh, we're in the hour 4. We're in the 4 hour of Zerthamoning. Anyways, ask Dagon to teach you about the circle of Zerthamon. Okay. Want to know a fun fact? The welding light is the same intensity as the sun without atmosphere to absorb some light. Okay, so that's why it felt stronger than the sun. Cool. So I guess the questline is fucked at this point because you switched to mage already. Oh, okay. Well, the welding light is basically like having a little sun in front of you. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright. Everything around you is turmoil, phasey. Did we already... Wait, did I already do this? Coal black? No. Yeah, no, I already did this memory. Yeah, no, I already looked at this memory. Dagon, it doesn't have to be that way. I can release you. I no longer wish you to be a slave. Consider the debt repaid. No. Dagon's forehead creases in pain. His eyes stare through you. It is not your word that carries the weight, and your word will not free me. The word that chains me is mine. The torment is mine. I know in my heart that the chains remain. Words will not free them. Is there any way you can be freed? You must die a final death. Yet your path is not death's path. There is no resolution to this matter. I swear I will find one, Dagon. I will find one that sets you free.
Updated my journal.
Dagon's voice becomes ragged, as if he has suddenly become sick. No, you have added other words to my words. His expression is pained and his gaze meets yours. Now you have chained us both. That's good. Oh, I love that. That's... That one's good. You said I gave you the Circle of Zerthamon, Dagon? Yes. In knowing its words, I knew myself. Very well. There are other things I would know. Oh, is that really all? Okay. Tell me about your teachings. I want to return. There we go. I'll move you back there. They're gonna teach you about the circle. Wait, but I tried. Didn't work.
What is your will?
There's more. There is? How? Ask him to train you. Can you teach me anything about the arts, Dakon? Know that I am not a teacher in this. But, oh, wait, no, fuck, never mind. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, you have to be a mage. Oh, that's why you had me do it. Okay, never mind. My apologies. Okay. Okay, there we go.
I will hear you. What is your will?
Teachings. Teach me anything about the art. Know that the way of the people is not the same as the art. You have to come to know. It is not the energy that gives strength. It is knowing the self that gives strength. The teachings of Zerthamon speak of such things. Sorry, I apologize. I got really distracted. Would you teach me the way of Zerthamon, Dakon? Do you know what you have asked? The texture of Dracon's blade flows until it becomes stone. By the way, I just remembered. I took a picture of the salad with a slab of fried chicken. I'm sending it in Discord right now. Look at that shit, dude. Fucking look at that. Some mighty bullshit. There we go. I apologize for ruining the moment. We can't see it? What do you mean? It's in general of the Discord. Should be. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it should be right there. General of the Discord. My Discord. Look at that bullshit, man. Wait, can you guys actually not see it? Or are you bullshitting me right now? Also, the fucking cut up egg, it's like all just on top of itself. Like, I hated it. Fucking hell, man. What do you mean you guys can't see it? Wait. Didn't that work? No, it's in the Discord. It's not on stream. Here, hold on. Let me save the image. Let me switch my chat cover. Oh god, that's huge. Lower the pixels. Oh my god, that is ginormous. Look at this shit. Look at that. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Who the fuck thought that it was just smart to put this fuck... Who didn't cut it up? I want names. I want fucking names. Where's the dressing? It was in a bag. I didn't put the dressing on because like it was in the bag. Telepath, is that food with us in this room? It's right. Look at this shit, dude. Fucking hate it. Fucking all the criticism that Chick-fil-A gets is absolutely deserved. Fucking despise it. Anyways, let's go back to this. Do you know what you have asked? The texture of Dagon's blade flows until it becomes stone. To walk the path of Zerthamon, you must know of the people. The knowing of such things by one not of the people is a difficult matter. There are those not of the people who have heard of the way of Zerthamon, but they do not know the way. Dagon, I want to know of the people and know Zerthamon's teachings. I believe there is wisdom to be learned in such things.
Updated my journal.
Know that I have heard your words, and I shall test them. To learn, you must know the people. To know the people, you must know the unbroken circle of Zerthamon. Dagon holds up the stone disc in his possession, and his spider-like fingers hook into its sides. There is a click, and the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion, sealing the stone. Know the first circle of Zerthamon is open to you. Study it. Then I will hear your words. I will read the first circle then. In the meantime, I had other things. Oh, do I not have enough? I have read the Unbroken Circle of Zerthamon. I want to speak to you more about it. What did you come to know? Oh, well, never mind. I didn't. We'll speak later. Let's move on. What's my current thing? Intelligence of 16. Fuck. I think you have a bit of meat in your salad. Int check. Yeah, I gotta get some int.
I'm gone.
Go. Oh, fuck, I pressed C, so it was locked on. I don't want to waste more scrap. How much scrap do you have? 18? Okay, never mind, I can waste some scrap. Get it into tattoo? Yeah, you absolutely... Oh, wait, I can move now. Where the fuck was it? Wasn't this? Wasn't this? Was it this? No, it was this. Yes, it was this.
All right.
Alright, let's go grab this shit.
This is one of Fell's studios, is it not? I have long wanted to meet him.
Invokes fiends. Tattoo of Anna. Tattoo of Saving Grace. Tattoo of the Skull. Tattoo of Bloodletting. Zook's Demise. Might. Insight? No, that's +1 intelligence. Revelation. That's +2. Only by mages. I have enough. Hey, bitch ass.
What is your will?
I have read the Zerthamons. I still don't know. Hold on. This small round stone of the unbroken circle of Zerthamon. It is made up of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another. The complexity of the plates and the intricacy of their links prove the text was constructed by a master artisan. You mirror the motions that Dagon made upon the circle, and the plates give way at your touch, the rings sliding into a new configuration. Upon the rings are a series of symbols. The script is like no writing you've ever seen. It is a series of interlocking geometries, with circles predominating. Just looking at it, you know the symbols, and know you can read them. Know that we are the first people. Once all was chaos. The first people were thought drawn from chaos. When the first people came to know themselves, they were chaos no longer, and became flesh. Oh, okay, I think I'm understanding this. With their thoughts and knowing of matter, the people shaped the first world and dwelled there with their knowing to sustain them. Okay, so the Githyanki are like a different matter. Like, they don't exist as people. They aren't born as human. They are some sort of primordial, I'm assuming primordial matter. But it's a matter with consciousness. And the fact that they have consciousness means they can understand themselves to then make form. Just as their thoughts change the state of their weapon, they themselves, their own matter, can change depending on their understanding of who they are. That is really interesting, and I really like that. I'm grabbing snacks. Lore time, let's do this shit. With their thoughts and knowing of matter, the people shaped the first world and dwelled there with their knowings to sustain them. Yet the flesh was new to the people, and with it the people came to not know themselves. The flesh gave rise to new thoughts, greed and hates, pains and joys, jealousies and doubts. All of these fed on each other, and the minds of the people were divided. In their division, the people were punished. The emotions of the flesh were strong. The greed and hates, the pains and joys, the jealousies and doubts, all of these served as a guiding stone to enemies. In becoming flesh, the first people became enslaved to those who knew flesh only as tools for their will. No, these beasts were the Ithalids. And I remember the Ithalids in Baldur's Gate specifically. I remember that they were long enemies, the Giths and Ithalids. The Ithalids were a race that had come not to know themselves. They had learned how to make other races not know themselves. They were the tentacled ones. They lived in flesh and saw flesh as tools for their will. Their blood was as water, and they shaped minds with their thoughts. When the Ithalids came upon the people were a people no more. The people became slaves. The Ithalids took the people from the first world and brought them into the false worlds, and the people labored upon the false worlds. The Ithalids taught them the way of the flesh. Through them, the people came to know loss. They came to know suffering. They came to know death, both of the body and mind. They came to know what it is to be the herd of another and have their flesh consumed. They came to know the horror of being made to feel joy in such things. The unbroken circle. The unbroken circle is the circle of how the people lost themselves and how they came to know themselves again.
What is your will?
I learned that your people were once slaves to the Ithalid. It seems they committed many crimes against your people. This is clearly the wrong answer. This is meant to be the right answer, but I really want to hear what he has to say. Always pick one. Yeah, but I really want to hear what he has to say with this. But he's honestly probably just going to say something like, that you did not learn. Strength lies in knowing oneself. I learned that once someone does not know themselves, they are lost. They become a tool for others.
Updated my journal.
Do not. Okay. You have come to know the first circle of Zerthamon. You not only see the words of Zerthamon, you have come to know them. Dakon holds up the circle and hooks his fingers around the edges. There is a click on the plates of the circle slide into a new configuration. He reverses the motion, sealing the stone. No, the second circle of Zerthamon is open to you. Study it, then I hear your words.
Balance in all things. I cannot part with that.
The small round stone is the unbroken circle of Zerthamon. It is unlock and read. You slide the plate into configuration, as Dagon showed you. And the new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know these symbols, and you know you can read them. Know the flesh cannot mark steel. Know that steel may mark flesh. In knowing this, Zerthamon became free. Know that the tentacled ones were of flesh. They relied on the flesh and used it as tools for their will. One of the places where flesh served their will was the field of husks on the false worlds of the Ithalids. The fields were where the bodies of the people were cast after the Ithalids had consumed their brains. When the brain had been devoured, the husks came to be fertilizer to grow the poison-stemmed grasses of the Ithalids. Zerthamon worked the fields with no knowing of himself or what he had become. He was a tool of flesh, and the flesh was content. It was upon these fields that Zerthamon came to know the scripture of steel. Learn one of the turnings. As Zerthamon tilled the fields with his hands, he came across a husk whose brain remained within it. It had not been used as food, yet it was dead. The thought that one of the husks had died a death without serving as food to the Ithalids was a thought Zerthamon had difficulty understanding. From that thought came a desire to know what had happened to the husk. Embedded in the skull was a steel blade. It had pierced the bone. Zerthamon realized that was what had killed the husk. The steel had marked the flesh, but the flesh had not marked the steel. Zerthamon took the blade and studied its surface. In it, he saw his reflection. It was in the reflection that the steel that Zerthamon first knew himself. Its edge was sharp, its will the wearer's. It was the blade that would come to be raised against Gith when Zerthamon made the pronouncement of the two skies. Basically, the Gith had invented thinking, like literally. That makes sense. Zerthamon kept the blade for many turnings, and obviously they discovered that steel is harder than skin. And many were the thoughts he had about it. He used it in the fields to aid his work. In using it, he thought about how it was not used. The Ithalids were powerful. Zerthamon had believed that there was nothing they did not know, yet the Ithalids never carried tools of steel. They only used flesh as tools. Everything was done through flesh, for the tentacled ones were made of flesh, and they knew flesh, yet steel was superior. When this blade had killed the husk, it was the flesh that had been weaker than the steel. I'll leave my thoughts till the end. It was then that Zerthamon came to know that flesh yielded to steel. In knowing that, he came to know that steel was stronger than the Ithalids. Steel became the scripture of the people. Know that steel is the scripture by which the people came to know freedom. So, I can't help but notice that a lot of the philosophy of Giths are very...
What is your will?
one-dimensional. There's not a lot of nuance to it, like, oh, steel is stronger than flesh. It's something that you can easily learn without ever having to read the scripture, and it's something without nuance. Because it reads lines like, oh, not all of them carried steel. Like, if it was something like, if for a material that's stronger than steel, you still probably wouldn't carry it because it would either be more expensive or rare or harder to mold. I don't know. I get what it's going for, but it feels too basic for me. But we still have yet to finish this. I learned that not knowing something can be a tool, just like flesh and steel. If upon encountering it, you attempt to know its nature and know how it came to be. Like, this is obviously the meaning. It's not meant to be taken as literally. It's meant to be bigger meaning behind it, as all myths are, but I don't know, you gotta engage it better. Get to live in a world where they shape it by thoughts. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this isn't me critiquing the writing itself. I think this is actually perfectly fine in the story itself. I think it actually works in the story. I kind of like it. But these are my thoughts on the actual thought process of itself, not the writing around it. You have come, you have seen the words, and you have seen beyond them. You have come to know the second circle of Zerthamon. He takes the circle, and with a deft motion, he twists one of the links so one of the plates slides forth. But strangely enough, the stone still appears intact. He hands the plate to you. Meditate upon this teaching, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. When you have absorbed it, you shall know more. Dakon's fingers feel around the edges. Very well, I will study this circle, yet I would still know more of Zerthamon's teachings. So, circle, he twisted clockwise, the links clicking until they have settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motion, resetting the stone. The next circle of Zerthamon is open to you. Study it, then I will hear your words. Oh, shit. Huh. You slide the plates. Free spell. Yeah, free spell. The later circles are a bit more involved. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. I think it's perfectly fine because this is how a lot of religion is. And I also believe that it's not literal. I don't think these stories are actually... Maybe they are. Maybe they are literal in the universe. But I believe that these stories aren't directly literal. They are meant to be lessons for the people, and they are then sensationalized to be written down for those lessons. Which is why I think it works. It is very much how religion is, because if you look at a lot of the myths, they are like this. They are kind of black and white, but that's because the actual deeper lesson in it isn't that black and white telling. It is using that simple kind of one-dimensional framework to give a lesson beyond it, and you have to actually think about it. A lot of people don't recognize that, which is an issue today with the lack of media literacy and critical thinking. But but that is, I think it entirely works, especially as a scripture for a religion. I actually kind of like that. I'm gonna keep criticizing it because that's just how I am. And honestly, if you are going to write something, it is better to have a more involved framework instead of just having something simple to convey a deeper meaning, because it's not gonna capture people. The best way for actually writing something yourself is to have something feel, at the very least, feel more involved, so that it catches their attention and gets them to think. Because if you give them this one-dimensional framework, they are going to see it as one-dimensional, and they aren't going to think beyond it. If you give them something, give them crumbs of something deeper, then they will start to comprehend it and look deeper into it themselves. And that's what you want to do as a writer. not faulting the writer themselves, especially the ones who wrote this, because it works for the religion, because that's just how it is. But for like creating something yourself, that's just what I mean. Check wisdom. My wisdom is at 18, I think. Yes, my wisdom is at 18. You slide the plates into the configuration Dakon showed you, and the new ring is revealed. The ring carries the same script as you read before, with the same geometries. You know these symbols, you can read them. Zorthamon labored many turnings for the Ithalid. Alathi, twice deceased in his partnership in the cavernous heavens of the false world. His duties would have broken the backs of many others, but Zorthamon labored on, suffering, torment, and exhaustion. That's also something interesting. So it is a very common, pervasive thing in a lot of religions that the, not really main character, but you can kind of think that the main god or the main character or the main figure that you should look up to is one that has suffered so much, and most definitely has suffered more labors that would break just a normal man, because you're supposed to empathize and understand and see them as this thing beyond. With Jesus carrying his own cross, with, believe it or not, Loki, I still fully believe that Loki is meant to be the central figure when Snorri told it. He's the one that cleans up all the acts and suffers and gets tortured constantly. In Norse mythology, there is Hercules, who is given seven impossible trials, all that stuff. Odysseus, in the Odyssey, suffers fucking everything. And then you can also look at that with modern stories. You are constantly having these stories of, it can be like some, like, it can be someone with god blood, chosen one, or just some random Joe Schmo, but they are pretty much guaranteed, especially in superhero media, action, adventure, even sometimes in romance and some things like that. Occasionally, not often, but occasionally, they will suffer things like these horrible trials, so much pain, losing their loved ones, heartbreak, heartache, fucking watching, like, experiencing trauma that would just make any other person just give up on everything, and yet still somehow pushing through. It's just one of those things in media that has always kind of intrigued me personally. I've always found it interesting of how we have to put the central character through so much pain. A lot of it seeming unnecessary. Whether unnecessary in the eyes of writing, like, whether unnecessary Watsonian or, I forget the other word, Doyleist, aka in-universe or writer-wise. Even if it's unnecessary, we still feel the need to make that happen, and if they don't suffer enough, it feels weird. We put this weird martyrship on suffering in our culture. And this isn't just like an American thing. It's something I've noticed a lot through many cultures. I don't want to overblow myself and say it's in every culture, but it definitely feels like it. And I've always found that interesting. And I guarantee you it is because one of the biggest things is that when we experience suffering, of course there's the whole empathy behind it of, when someone suffers a lot, you want to help them. You want them to feel better. When you are suffering, you just want someone to reach out their hand. There's a lot of emotional value behind it, which is obvious, but it is very interesting that it has become such a massive thing universally. And obviously it is explained because it is such an emotional thing, so many people are going to have it, but I don't know. It's something that has always stuck out to me. That main characters have to suffer this enormous weight of trauma and pain to be considered enough. That may sound weird, but it feels true. It feels like if a character doesn't suffer enough in the eyes of the audience, they're not good enough. to be considered either a hero or something or other, or to be considered good. Like, you can see this most often with anti-heroes, or like why the villainous tragic backstory thing became so popular, because the suffering inadvertently, usually through empathy, feels like it justifies the pain they bring out themselves. Not totally. I don't want to, like, not rationally either. I mean specifically emotionally, like it taps into the emotion. Mostly with anti-heroes, where like they suffered a great deal of trauma beyond recognition, so then that quote-unquote justifies their actions in being a brutalist motherfucker to the villains that they take down. Suffering makes for a better story. That too, it also makes for a better story. Otherwise you might just get a Mary Sue. Yes, alright, I will agree with you on that one. I don't want to totally, like, slip into that. I have, granted, a different opinion of what makes a Mary Sue, so, you know, there's that. But it does make for a better story, you are absolutely right. But it's the supernatural aspect of it. That came out weird. It is the amount of it, I mean. The fact that, like, random fucking example off the top of my head, for, like, action-adventure movies, to get a guy to acceptably cry in action-adventure or superhero media, you need a supernatural amount of trauma just for them to shed a single tear. It's funny, honestly. Once you realize it and you start looking for it, it's fucking funny. They need to have, like, their whole family dead. A whole city needs to be burned. It's gotta look like 9/11 times 10. Like, you gotta have all that shit just for them to for them to acceptably shed a single tear without somehow either the media or the audience viewing them as being a bitch. It's really funny when you recognize that. Eternal conflict too. It is really interesting too, because eternal conflict, when written, has to be very meticulously done, because the moment your audience checks out of the eternal conflict, they are done. There is very little chance that we'll get them reinvested in that. And when you view someone eternally suffering from the outside, it looks, for lack of a better term, it can look very childish. Yes, IRL, you're not gonna, like, if you're not a fucking Redditor, you're not gonna look at that and be like, oh, just grow the fuck up. You're obviously still gonna give them empathy. But when you don't relate yourself to their internal conflict, you recognize it as something completely separate from you. You have to be invested in it personally, the eternal conflict, for it to mean something to you. Otherwise, you're just watching it with your chin on your fist, just waiting for it to pass. And that's something I've actually noticed a lot in media, is when they can't make the eternal conflict compelling enough, that is usually always the response, where people just roll their eyes and groan in annoyance as it pops up again, because they're like, oh, just get over yourself. It's that sort of thing. And it's always interesting to me, because it can also be one of the biggest, most profound things too, if you can execute it correctly, and one of the biggest sufferings, because eternal conflict is a lot of suffering. When you don't when you're like Dracon and you don't know yourself, you fall the fuck apart. Like, Dracon has his eternal conflict. He's not bound to you because he signed a slave contract. He gave you his word and is bound to it, but by nobody but himself. Exactly. And he can't break free because deep down, he'll know he's not free. Deep down, his mind will constantly gnaw at him like a chewing cat eating at his leg. Just constantly saying, you didn't pay off the debt. You aren't done here. And honestly, it is done. Because they don't go too in depth. Because, put a pin in that. Because they don't go too in depth, put a pin in that. I'll bring it out later. Because it is mostly inferred, and you just see him look at you and say, now we are both chained. It's so good. I love it. And that's one of the things, pulling out the pin now. It's one of those things that you have to let the inference take over, because you cannot accurately describe many people's internal conflict. You have to let their brain fill in the gaps. This is a trick that I have picked up more and more, because one of my biggest plots. Do I want to say it? I'll flip a coin. Because this could reach spoiler territory. Alright, well, it's heads, so... The plot. And this is very much kind of spoilery, but the actual overarching plot of all 4 books that I am writing is the internal conflict. And it is really hard to write, especially when it's the main point, which is something I delegate. So each book has its own physical conflict. And as that physical conflict plays out, it takes a stepping stone of the internal conflict. It does step by step, slowly, like, lets him resolve one thing then another about himself. And then that progresses the overall internal conflict in him. And that is something I've taken a lot more to heart, is relying on the inference. Because when I was younger, I wrote out these long-winded, melodramatic scenes of him talking to himself, metaphorically, more or less. And reading it later, after completely forgetting about the scene, it just feels self-indulgent. That's the perfect word. That's the thing that checks people out. That's what the word I was looking for earlier. Is it feels self-indulgent and melodramatic. That's what gets people to check out and just roll their eyes at it. You gotta rely on the inference, and that's something I am slowly going through with the current drafts, is rewriting it so that it is better. I obviously still want to put in the lines and the plot beats, or not the plot beats, the dialogue beats, but I am scratching and shaving off so much of the conversation, and it seems like it's coming off better. And that's the biggest thing with internal conflicts. The way you describe it, I imagine it's similar to Legend of Korra. Actually, that's specify. Because personally, I don't think it could be better. I mean, the overall of Korra could be a lot better, but I think the internal conflict was pretty decent. It was most definitely one of the most compelling parts of season 4, at the very least. It was most definitely one of the most compelling parts, and it was one of the reasons I was watching. And it wasn't topped off well. A lot of it was hand-waved. It didn't feel earned, because it was quickly done to get it out of the way so that other things can happen. It wasn't, and I want to fight this point, it wasn't quickly done because she's a Mary Sue. That's not how that worked. It was quickly done because the show was bloated with characters and they needed reasons to justify the other characters' existences. Korra, despite how many people say it, is not a Mary Sue. She is a victim of poor writing and given one season at a time, because the show was given one season at a time. The writers didn't have a chance to actually stretch out the story and actually make it proper. They rushed a lot of shit. And it's not because they wanted to make her all-powerful girl bossy. No, that's not the reason. I don't know, it makes me roll my eyes every fucking time I hear this shit. I think the entirety of Korra has her going through her internal conflict while going through the one external conflict per season. Yes. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty similar, except, well, I mean, obviously. Okay, so yes. You are correct about that being Korra. The entire, like, overarching story involves her growing as a person over the entire thing. And obviously, that just happens. It doesn't have to be a focal point. It doesn't even have to be, like, something you think about. A character's gonna naturally progress, and if you create the character well enough, they're gonna do that on their own. They're gonna learn you're gonna give them lessons to learn, and then they're gonna naturally come off of that. If you're good at writing. If you're not good at writing, you obviously gotta work on it. But, like, if you have the characters in set, you can just let them be, and it will work out. Usually. And that is something with Korra. She kind of naturally, but also very deliberately, had her arc of her calming down, being temperate, and becoming a good avatar. Whether it stays good avatar with this new show of her ending the world, blah, 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 whatever, I don't really care to get into that debate, because it's a stupid debate in my opinion anyways. But she had, like, an actual physical conflict, which is a good way to handle it. In my opinion, like, the reason I went with it is because having something physical for the audience to grasp on is very good. And then you can then squeeze in the internal conflict subplots. And in my case, the actual main plots of each individual book are subplots that crash into the main plot of his internal conflict of trying to redeem himself, the main character. I won't go into more depth than that. I'll leave it at that. But it is a very good way to handle it. And I actually do kind of like the idea. And I think that, you know, it just kind of makes sense. While each, like, also to bring up Avatar, each season had their own individual thing. Like, for example, Zuko's character arc, his whole character arc, him growing through the 3 seasons and then becoming a good guy. You had season 1, which he was just a straight up bad guy, but you could see inklings of him being good and him occasionally breaking out of being just the bad guy mold. Season 2, he was on his own. He did not fight Aang until the finale. Like, it was like the roles were reversed. He was on his own adventure doing his own thing, while you saw inklings of him wanting to go back. And then you had the whole turmoil happen, and then he switched sides completely. And then season 3, he is not a bad guy, but he is in bad company. You can see, and then it plays off his turmoil, and then the latter half of season 3, he is then a good guy trying to make up for his mistakes. And it's a very well done one. And each one, first season, bad guy. He's fighting Aang. He's hunting him down. Second season, on his own, just trying to survive. Third season, that delves more into his internal conflict. And then the latter half of the season is the physical, like, making up for everyone. Like, the last half of season 3, I've noticed, the last 5 episodes, or not the last 5, excuse me. Like, the first 5 episodes of season 3, of the second half of season 3, I keep messing this up. Basically, okay, second half of season 3, before the finale, it is basically just every single episode. Every single episode is Zuko going off on an adventure with one member of the main party to make amends. That is all it is. When I noticed that, I burst out laughing in real life. The episodes, yeah, he helps everyone individually and makes amends. And I like that, actually. I do like that. Korra is growing up to be the avatar in a world that starts to try to be no longer rely on avatars. Yeah, and that is actually also an interesting prospect that I kind of liked in Korra. I like the idea of the world moving on from the avatar as it modernizes, because it's something similar to a lot of examples, actually. I'm sure you can think of plenty of examples. I think most of the time, religion's going to come up from that. Religion's going to come up from that, because a lot of the world has moved on from religion. And Avatar is very clearly a pretty religious figure. There are temples of the Avatar strewn throughout the entire world. But yeah. No, like, straight up, I do think that it is a very good idea to have the internal conflict that is grown over. Actually, if I could bring up another example. One example that I actually really liked, and actually was the catalyst for me doing this, believe it or not, was Marvel. And I would like to clarify, every time I talk about Marvel, it is before Endgame. I fucking despise. I am still of the opinion that early Marvel, what the fuck was it? Phase, what do they call it? I don't fucking know. Basically, up to Endgame, all the movies were, on average, pretty good. Some of them kind of lacked, and at worst, they're mid. At worst, they're just, you turn it on and just don't really think about it, otherwise you're gonna realize shit with some bumpy writing. Like, at worst, it's mid. At best, they're freaking amazing. And one of the biggest things about Marvel is the fact that through like Captain America, through the entirety, Captain America and actually Iron Man, through the entirety of the first Iron Man movie coming out, and then also Captain America, obviously, First Avenger, to Endgame, all of that, you see them grow as people. And it's, I mean, obviously it is addressed because in Endgame, that is the payoff, is all of these years of films coming out, you have the payoff of them growing into, for Iron Man, growing into a more humble man who is a father, and he cares about people, and he's not this narcissistic billionaire. He becomes a home man. And then for Captain America, a man who is all about servitude and duty and doing the right thing, learns that it's not bad to have something for yourself. And both of those are great messages, and I love it. They do it very well, actually, through all of them, where like each new movie brought them down to another darker place for their character arc. And it's difficult to do. It really is difficult to do, especially if you don't plan it out. And Marvel, famous, doesn't plan shit out. It is actually very good, specifically Captain America, because he goes from he goes from, you know, fighting Nazis, and then he comes back in, what was it, Avengers specifically, or was it? Yeah, it was Avengers, where he has nobody around, he's just doing his duty, and then he finds out that his best friend from before the ice was alive, so then he goes against authority to help him because he's like, I know shit's going on. And then Civil War fights all of them, and it is such an interesting way to where he goes from a man of full duty and following orders, the perfect soldier, to then the perfect hero of modern time, to where he sticks it to authority and things like that. It's such an, I actually commend it a lot. It's such an interesting way to do it, and I love that they did do it. It's great. You can see it evolve from World War II to the modern day of how the term hero has evolved from the perfect soldier to someone who sticks it to authority. It's so fascinating. And that was the catalyst to me focusing more on the split between individual plot lines and then the overarching character arc, and actually putting more emphasis onto the character arc and having that clash with each other and seeing what that does, slowly having each book bring him to a darker and darker place, having sort of stages but all of it meld together. I don't know, it's satisfying when it does come together. I love it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's get the fuck back to the lore. I don't know. I love it a lot. What the fuck even was this coming from? I don't know. Tangent find over here. Professional yapper. Yeah. This is why I became a streamer. Professional yapper over here. I should become a priest. Upgrade in the yapping scene. Alright. Zerthamon labored many turns. Oh yeah, suffering. Right, that's where this came from. Yeah. It came to pass that the Ithalid, Arlathi, twice deceased, ordered Zerthamon before him in his many veined Galleria. He claimed that Zerthamon has committed slights of obedience and cowardice against his partnership. The claim had no weight of truth, for Arlathi only wished to know if flames raged within Zerthamon's heart. He wished to know if Zerthamon's heart was one of a slave or a rebel. Eternal conflicts. Yeah, the eternal conflicts, which is one of the most interesting... Right, eternal conflicts. It is one of the most interesting ways to convey suffering in a story, and it is one of the most powerful, but you have to handle it with delicacy. Now I remember why I went on that tangent. And you have to handle it delicately. With delicacy? Is that really what I said? You have to handle it delicately, because if you do it too much, you'll lose your audience, and that is the quickest way to make them check out of the story as a whole. So, the idea is that you have the eternal conflict, which is theoretically the main conflict. there's obviously a physical conflict, because you always want something to grasp in the reader and then pull them in emotionally with the eternal conflict. So then you have the physical conflict break up through multiple different things, and then the whole character arc is the overarching story that connects the through lines. And then each physical plot will affect the character arc in one way or another. If it doesn't affect it, that's not good. Maybe you could make it work, but it's generally not good. That is the thesis of my TED Talk. Thank you for coming. Sorry, I just hit my desk. Zerthamon surrendered to the Ithilid punishment rather than reveal his newfound strength. He knew that were he to show the hatred in his heart, it would serve nothing, and it would harm others that felt as he. He chose to endure the punishment and was placed within the pillars of silence so he might suffer as a turning. Jesus Christ, listen. I blame the ADHD. Lashed upon the pillars of Zerthama. I love hearing you talk about writing. Oh, believe me, this game is perfect to talk about writing. Lashed upon, actually, I mean, like, this honestly pops into another point in my head of enduring pain, because there's one thing that's always bothered me about books, is that a lot of the time you will have characters who, like, will stand up, and, like, it's seen as a good thing, stand up against the oppressor and be like, you can't do that, this is bad, and then they get punished, and then other people get punished. And while standing against authority, yes, standing against authority, not bad. I'm anti-government, I know this. It's not bad to stand against authority, but it's not always good to take any opportunity to stand against it. There are times and places to do it. And this is a perfect example, actually, because if he stood up and tried to attack him while the oppressor was already prepared for something, he would end up most likely getting himself killed and then everyone else punished more. Because that's one of the biggest things with revolution, is that if your revolution fails, it's only going to hurt everyone else more. And that's why you gotta be careful when revolting. That's why I haven't killed anyone. No, I'm kidding. It's one of these things. This isn't even about writing. This is just in general. I mean, to be fair, like, anything can be about writing because it's whatever you put in the book. But that is actually that's what's bothered me about some stories, is that they put in that token event of someone, standing up, and then you're supposed to, like, look at them as some sort of, like, higher fucking role model to be. And even though, yes, it is good to stand against authority, you gotta fucking do it smart. You can't be a dipshit about it. I can already tell you know the teachings of Zerthamon before reading them. Like, legit. Like, you can't be a dipshit. If you're gonna take something down, you can't be a dipshit about it. I've learned this the hard way. I was careful, just not careful enough. Lashed upon the pillars, Zerthamon moved his mind to a place where pain could not reach. I like this too. Leaving his body behind, he lasted a turning, and when he brought before Arlethy, twice deceased, he gave gratitude for his punishment to the Illithid as was custom. In so doing, he proved himself a slave to the Illithid eyes while his heart remained free. That one I like too, because, first part of the passage, he moved his mind to a place where pain could not reach. I practice this every time I shower. As weird as that sounds, this is a very real thing that you can do. And this, don't quote me on it, but I am very certain it is an actual practice done by Buddhist, I think? Buddhist monks? Some sort of monk, some sort of highly religious person, where they just don't focus on the pain. It's one of the tricks with needles. So, like, if you're going to inject a child with a needle and they're nervous of needles, you just distract them somehow. You ask them a question, you make them look away, because if you're focused on the needle and you tense your muscles in preparation for the needle, it's only gonna hurt more. Guaranteed, because you have your nerves stressed in that area. So if you relax your muscles, think about something else so you don't think about the pain. For example, my cold showers, because cold showers aren't always fun. But when you're taking a cold shower, I just relax my muscles, I look up, I don't think about the water, and I just step in. I don't tense, I don't wait, I don't hesitate, I just go full throttle, and it makes it so much more bearable than if I was nervous about it. I know that worked for me before. It works for everything, because it doesn't even just work for physical pain. It can work for asking out a crush, doing a job interview, just asking a question. When you sit there nervous, it makes the whole experience worse. That's something I'm still learning. I'm a fucking anxious bitch. But it will just make the whole experience worse. And that's why I like this, because if you just focus on not the pain, it makes the pain a lot less. Because, believe it or not, a lot of our experience in this world is based on this fucker in our head. And if you force the fucker to be happy, if you smile and just think about fun shit, even if your world is fucking falling apart, you will just feel happier. I've learned this. When I was younger, I was just like, fuck it. I'm standing at work doing my job, and I'm just downtrodden. I'm just not happy. So I just smile. Like, I just forced myself to smile, and obviously the smile did not look pleasant. I even got a weird look from one of my coworkers, but I forced myself to smile, and slowly, just because I had the smile, I slowly just started to feel better. I wasn't obviously some bright, joyed fucking rainbows out of my ass, motherfucker, but it just made it more bearable, and that's what was important, was the fact that it was bearable in the first place. And this is something that a lot of people either don't realize, or are just so saddened that they just don't try. And if you put in the effort, your life's gonna be better. That's just how it works with anything. And then the second thing, gratitude for the punishment. This is another lesson I learned, which I also really like to teach people. If you have someone who you're uncertain about, treat them as a good friend. Because that's one of my biggest things. If I become uncertain about somebody, or if I feel like they might have like ulterior motives or something lying in wait, I then treat them a lot better. I know some of my friends will actually attest to this, because I've voiced my displeasantry with some people that I've spoken to, but I talk to them like a little more bubbly than others sometimes. Other times I do kind of just am a dick, but that's me. But like sometimes I'll treat them more bubbly, and that is because personally, if I see them as some sort of potential problem, I don't really want to say threat because that feels too self-indulgent. Just something that can cause issues or pain to anyone, I will then treat them more, because sometimes if you treat them with distance, it will only perpetuate the cycle. I've actually had issues where I had people I was uncertain about. I treated them like a better friend than I would just treat a normal stranger. They got slightly attached to me, but then that made them allowed to open up more, become more comfortable, and then that allowed them to open up to other people and talk to them, and then that made them simmer down. It made them settle. Did I ever tell you I consider you a close friend? Andy, you're fine. I'm not uncertain about you. Like, here's the thing. Even when I'm uncertain about someone and I treat them as a better friend, I'm not treating them manipulatively. I still want to treat them well, because this situation has happened so much where I just got them out of their comfort zone. I got them to feel welcome. And the fact that someone feels welcomed, that immediately settles them down so much. It genuinely does. It is actually surprising to me how effective it works when you just treat someone as a friend. That calms them down so much. It really does. From any sort of like any sort of like even deep-seated bigotry, like if I don't fucking focus on the bigotry, like if I don't focus on the racism or homophobia, and I just chat with them regularly, and then they later find out I'm bi or fucking, if you call me gay or whatever the fuck, then they're like, oh shit, and like they may still be homophobic, but like it's not as big because they also understand that not everyone's like that, and I'm chill with them, and they aren't gonna choose their bigotry over a friendship they've already developed, because having to find a new friend is way scarier for a lot of people than having to provoke and stick to their morality of fuck gay people. Genuinely though, friendship is one of the best ways to to pull people away from bigoted mindsets. It really is. That's why I'm never a fan of like ostracizing people for that. I always rather like sit down, chat, have a cup of coffee, not even about like any of that, just something else. Get their mind off of it. It always calms them down. There's plenty of stories as well. Like you could look at honestly anywhere. Like you look at YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, that you can find stories on any media platform of just someone, for example, this one, I think maybe it was off of Tumblr. Someone, obviously it could be fake too, I don't know. But like it's real. There's plenty of real stories out there. Someone was trans and they had a very transphobic neighbor. And then that old neighbor, their wife died. And then the trans person gave them, what was it? I think it was cookies, or they helped them with something. And then that old man just broke down sobbing, saying that they never really had a friend. And then all of that transphobia just washed out basically in that moment. The morality of fucking loud as fuck cyber. It really is effective. Just for someone to have someone to understand them, it's really effective to pull them away. And even, for example, even in the example to where you don't have someone that you can win over just by the power of friendship, it's still good to be overtly nice and help them out, because if you're nice to them, what are they gonna do to abuse you? Like, oh, don't be so smiley at me. Like, it's good to get in their good graces, because when you pull that rug out from under them and punish them for all the shit they've done to either you or someone else, you know, it's bliss. It is pure bliss. I love that feeling so much. Maybe it's a little not healthy for me to like say this so openly, but I love the feeling of someone that has been given every chance to be better and they still choose to be a dick, and then watching the world crumble is fucking satisfying to me. And it is always people that I am good, not always. That's way too of an overblown statement, but like the few times that it has happened to people that I know, I have done my best to help them. I don't do it in expectation of betraying them, because that's just dickish. I help them in trying my best. I just realized this probably sounds like me trying to justify myself. Let me phrase this better so it sounds like I'm actually trying to teach you something. It is always better to do it with good intentions in your heart, because then it will come across as genuine. Because if you don't do it with good intentions in your heart, people are going to pick up on that. It may sound weird, but people can pick up on that. People are smarter than they even realize. It's one of those intuitions of the mind. So do it with good intentions in your heart, and if they still don't turn, then pull the rug. Make sure you give them as many chances, though, because there is a lot of suffering people go through, and sometimes they do just need to fucking have friendship shoved into their face. Genuinely. Sometimes they do just need friendship slapped across their face. And then slapped across their ass later in bed, if you know what I'm saying. But this is the perfect example of just pure satisfaction. Completely twist the knife. Just chef's kiss. I gotta go search for me. I'll post it in a moment in DC. Oh, bet. By enduring and quenching the fires of his hatred, he allowed the Arlathai, twice deceased, to think him weak. Perfect. When the time of the rising came, Arlathi, fuck's sake, this name, was the first of the Ithalid to know death by Zerthamon's hand and die a third death. Perfect example, because it's either they think, oh, you do like actually care, so I don't need to worry about you, or oh, he's weak, it doesn't matter, or like any sort of thing. When you give them the gratitude and display weakness, they don't recognize the actual strength behind it. It may sound obvious, but a lot of people don't realize this. So many people like try to boost out ego and strength because they want people to see them as that. But it hurts you in the long run, especially when you gotta deal with this shit. When you gotta deal with some sort of abuser, you want to make them think you're weak, so that when you do use your strength, it completely blindsides them and they are not prepared for it. That's the power of humility, because it blindsides them. That is the power. That is what Iroh was teaching you.
What is your will?
Daikon turns to you. His eye. Oh yes, no teachings. Broken circle. Yes, that's pretty much it. Enduring, and enduring you grow strong. The words you speak seem to strike Daikon strangely. As you speak them, his forehead creases, then resettles into its normal passive expression. He has forgotten that teaching, or he hasn't been living up to the teaching as he wished he did. Your will has brought you the knowing of the third circle of Zerthamon. With this knowing, I impart this to you. He takes the circle, and with a deft motion he twists one of the links so the plate slides forth. He hands you the plate. Meditate upon its teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. I will study. Very well, I will study the circle. Is there more you can teach me? As you ask the words, you suddenly notice that Daikon isn't looking at you. He is holding the unbroken circle in his hand, studying it. His blade has taken on the same texture as the unbroken circle, and Daikon suddenly seems older somehow. Daikon? Daikon's black eyes rise from the circle and look at you. Know that I did not believe you would come to know the teachings of the circle. It is a difficult path you will walk in learning the way of Zerthamon. Is your mind focused on this matter? Yes, I wish to learn more. Daikon's fingers feel around the edges of the stone circle and he twists it clockwise, the links clicking until he has settled into a new configuration. He then reverses the motions, resetting the stone. The next circle of Zerthamon is open to you. Study it, and I will hear your words. What is this one? Submerged of Will, Scripture of Steel. Like the fourth. You slide the plate into the configuration Daikon showed you, and the new ring is revealed. Know that the rising of the people against the Ithalid was a thing built upon many 10 turnings of labor. Many of the people were gathered and taught in secret the ways of defeating their Ithalid masters. They were taught to shield their minds and use them as weapons. They were taught the Scripture of Steel, and most importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. Some of the people learned the nature of freedom and took it into their hearts? Stop being Irish. Hearts. The knowing gave them strength. The others feared freedom and kept silent. But there were those that knew freedom and knew slavery. And it was their choice that the people remained chained. One of these was Vilkar. Vilkar saw no freedom in the rising, but opportunity. He saw the Ithalid had spawned across many of the false worlds. Their worlds numbered so many that their vision was turned only outwards. So they did not already touch. Vilkar's eyes saw that much took place that the Ithalid did not see. To the rising, the Ithalid were blinded. So Vilkar's going to betray him. Vilkar came before his master. The Ithalid... Zigitaris? Zigitaris. Yeah, I'll go with that. Zigitaris. With the knowing of the rising, Vilkar added to his chains and offered to be their eyes against the rising. In exchange, Vilkar asked that he be rewarded for his service. The Ithalid agreed to this contract. At the bonding of this contract, a dark time occurred. Many were the betrayals Vilkar committed, and many were the people that the Ithalids fed upon to stem the rising. It seemed that the rising would die before it could occur, and the Ithalid were pleased with Vilkar's eye. It was near the end of this dark time when Zerthamon came to know Vilkar's treacheries. In knowing Vilkar's eyes, Zerthamon forced the rising to silence itself so that Vilkar might think at last his treacheries has succeeded, and the rising has fallen. He knew that Vilkar's eyes was filled only with the reward he had been promised. He would see that he wished to see. With greed beating in his heart, Vilkar came upon the Ithalid Zigitaris and spoke to his master of his success. He said that the rising had fallen and the Ithalids were safe to turn their eyes outward once more. He praised their wisdom in using Vilkar's eyes and asked them for his reward. He was killed. In his greed blindness, Vilkar had forgotten the knowing of why people had sought freedom. He had lost the knowing of what slavery meant. He had forgotten what his Ithalid masters saw when they looked upon him. And so Vilkar's betrayal of the people was ended with another betrayal. Vilkar came to know that when Vilkar's eye had nothing left to see, Vilkar's eye was useless. And that is a fantastic lesson to betrayal. Because if you are going to betray people for self-gain, the best example being, like, if you, obviously, this is the best example, squash a rebellion for, like, a tyrant and you tell them about it, you're not really going to be rewarded because they know you're a traitor. They know you're willing to betray people for self-gain. So why would they keep you around? It's one of those kind of self-fulfilling prophecies. You're gonna get punished because people know you're not trustworthy. And people will eventually work around you. You're not all-powerful. It's very good. Like, it's very also apt at describing itself. I don't really need to go into too much depth. The Ithalid gave to Vilkar his reward, opening the cavity in his skull and devouring his brain. Vilkar's corpse was cast upon the fields of husks, so its blood might water the poison-stemmed grasses. And also, fun fact, this is a great way to isolate yourself as the abuser, or the tyrant, or whatever the fuck you want to say, because you get rid of your only eye. You get rid of the thing because you know they're a traitor, but could have helped you a lot. They could have still, like, prevented more from rising up, but obviously not. Obviously you aren't going to keep them around, because why wouldn't they betray you if something better came on the horizon? They're too much of a variable for you to keep around. They didn't have exact loyalty to anything else. Why would they do it to you, the tyrant? So you kill them, and you squash yourself of any use that they could have given you. It's one of those natural things of life. Meme is up, I'll check. Hold on. About treating people, I am the villain and this is my tragic backstory. I'm bullied and misunderstood. No one will be friends with me. Haha, now I have the powers and will exact revenge. Not so fast. We will defeat you with the power of friendship, which you don't have. The initial problem which caused the issue is never addressed. It shows a picture of him, like, in the backstory being kicked and bullied, and then, like, the final frame is him being kicked and bullied by the heroes. That's why I say do it good. Actually have good intentions. Don't be friends with them with the, like, thought that you're gonna betray them eventually. Because that's not... They're gonna pick up on that shit. They're gonna pick up on the fact that you don't actually like them. It's easy to pick up on, honestly. That's why you gotta do it, like, you know, with care,
What
with
is
some
your
empathy,
will?
and, like, actually be a fucking friend to them. It's just when, you know, the power friendship doesn't work. Kick their ass. I mean, it's easy enough, honestly. Show them the power of friendship, and when the power of friendship doesn't work, beat the shit out of them, because not everyone's gonna fucking succumb to it. There are people that just need to be put down. Not everyone can learn to be better. Dagon turns to you, his eyes like polished gold, his blade mirrors his eye. Right. I don't even need to read that. I've read it. One chooses to see only what is before them. They see only a part of the whole. They are blind. And just as Vilkar was blinded by his promised reward, so were the Ithalids blinded by the true rising. For when they heard Vilkar's words, they turned their sight outwards again, didn't they? And the rising was free to strike. Did you continue the anime after the fifth? Yes! We actually finished it. That's why I was a little late today. Finished the anime fully. Honestly? Let me just... Honestly? Not announcements. Old chalkboard. Devil... Wait, did I already add Devil May Cry? I don't know. I'm gonna add it again. Devil May Cry series. It did the same shit for me like the Sonic movies. I want to play the games now. It got me intrigued. It got me hyped for the games. So I'm probably going to stream it. Probably not soon, but eventually. I enjoyed it. I give it like a 6 out of 10. You know, like there was a couple bumps in the writing. But overall, like, honestly, it's good popcorn entertainment. Just turn it on and enjoy it with your friends. Seriously. Know that you speak truly. Vilkar's eye blinded both Vilkar and the Ithalids. The tentacled ones thought the rising to be no more. When the rising occurred, the ground drank deep of Ithalid blood. So was victory born from treachery. It is a curious lesson. Why would it be part of teachings of Zerthamon? The lady is written horribly. Yeah, she's not written well. She's... Yeah. Like, it sucked, because I could see what they were trying to do. They wanted to make her more one-dimensional to grow her better later in the show, but they should have made her more... It's because of how much screen time they put into Lady. They should have given her more character to play off of. Because I feel like there was more screen time overall for Lady than there was for Dante, which just feels weird. Give it like a year, he'll play it sometime. Yeah. Dakon's blade bleeds into a dead night black and his voice deepens for a moment. You think he's angry, but you're not so sure. There is much about the way of Zerthamon and his path that is difficult to know. Do you know why Vilkar's eye is part of the way of Zerthamon? It is part of the telling of how our people came to know freedom. It lets us know that there are those, even among the people, who are not of the people, and that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. He's not right. He's very right. You have come to know the fourth circle of Zerthamon. He does the thing, meditate upon its teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength. I sent you a comparison of the two lady in DM. The differences are crazy. Oh, do you mean like visually or character-wise? Oh, I see what you mean. Sincerity versus irony. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, of her telling the story of Sparta. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really like it either. Also, don't worry about spoiling it. Yeah, character-wise. Yeah, the sincerity versus irony. It is also something I kind of had a problem with in the show because obviously they went more shitposty with the dialogue, which not bad by itself. I mean, DMC is already a pretty shitposty game, but there wasn't much room for sincerity. The Enzo was actually pretty good during his spoiler warning. During his sacrifice, that was a good moment, and it was sincerity. There was, I don't remember if there was any joke. Like, the only joke was the sincerity. Or, excuse me, the sincerity was the joke that was made. Enzo made a joke of how he said that he would take a blade, and he took a blade while he was dying, and, like, that's a part of his character. It works perfectly. But I don't think there was many moments like that in the show, especially out of Lady, because, honestly, Lady should have been more sincere and straightforward to counterbalance Dante being a shitposty twat all the time. And I say twat affectionately. I love the guy. Like in the game, she's more Yeah, exactly. She's a foil in the game. I could already tell by like that one little speech in the meme that you sent. I could already tell she was meant to be a foil for Dante. While in this one, she's more brutish and what's the word? I mean, ironic. She's got Marvel writing written all over her. That's the issue behind it. Is the fact that there's no serious foil. Like, the only real, like, serious character would be the two villains. Would be the Vice President and the Rabbit. And I like the Rabbit a lot. The Vice President, it's a good setup for him. I don't like the character. But that's not me taking a jab at the writing. I just don't like that character. Specifically the character. Not it being portrayed in media. I specifically just don't like the person. So I do hope they do it well, because when it's not done well, it makes me hate them a lot more because I just don't like them. So I hope it's done well, because it has good setup right now. But the White Rabbit, I love the White Rabbit. Oh, he's a great villain. I love him. And he is a villain for how much I've seen people try to say otherwise. Zerthamon was the first to know the way of freedom. Yet it was not the first but it was not he that first came to know the way of rebellion. The Vice President was literally DMC4 reference. Nice. I'm not saying nothing else. Alright, fair enough. That's entirely fair. You don't have to say anything else. I just don't like the, I just never liked the characters in media. It's this specific... It's really hard to say, because when you say you don't like something in a story, it can mean one of two things. When I say I don't like it, it's not that I don't like the character being portrayed or how it's portrayed. I don't like the person. Like, if I had to see them IRL, I would punch them in the face. That's the kind of I don't like the thing in the story. Not how it's written, not how it's portrayed, not the fact that it's included, but just its existence just irrevocably pisses me off. And it is the kind of character I would write into my own stories just to have the satisfying end. Which is why I don't have a problem, because it can be very satisfying to watch that fucker die. I just hope that he does die and he's not given some sort of divine comeuppance, as a way of putting it. Because I don't know. There's a good way to write super religious crusaders, and there's a bad way to write it. And it really depends on how it's done. It more so depends on how blindly religious the writer is, for how bad that sounds. Like, it sounds mean, because it's not bad to be religious. It really isn't. It's not bad to be religious at all. But if you're blinded to what organized religion has done and can do, and you're blind to the atrocities that has happened throughout the entirety of history, you can write some fucking really harmful characters and then portray them as a hero. Or you could write some good religious characters who are calm and centered. Honestly, I am of the opinion that we need more calm religious characters. I want more wise monks that do their own shit in media. Like, god damn it, I want more wise monks that don't give a shit about the main plot and don't try to do anything like extreme. They just chill in their corner. I want more characters like that. I feel like we have a serious underrepresentation of that. But then, like, you can also, like, have those, like, Castlevania, for example, the fucking big old priest that fucking gets his comeuppance by having demons come out from hell and then say that say there is no God in here, like, referring to the church. Like, I fucking love that moment. That's a great moment. Ugh! Peak! Mwah! I don't know, it's good. I love when it's the comeuppance is shown of religious characters who abuse their power in that religion, then having shown that their god has no favor for them. If the god does exist and specifically, like, turns a blind eye to them dying, that's even better. If you get what I mean. I don't know. It really depends, because it can also be, like, it can also get kind of indulgent. In both camps, it can be indulgent in either them dying, like, it can just go a little too far where you're like, alright, writer, settle down, we get it, you have religious trauma, but, like, you don't need to fucking slap us over the face with it, calm the fuck down. Like, it can go too far in that direction. It can also go too far to where they try to give him too much of out of nowhere redeeming qualities for being generally genocidal maniac. That's actually generally how it comes to overtly religious characters tend to be genocidal. Just look at history. Yeah, that's the finishing thought for the DMC series. I really hope that character gets what's coming to him in the following season, because if he doesn't, I'm gonna be very disappointed. And if he gets it too much, I'm still gonna be disappointed. You gotta find a good balance. Because nobody wants to watch you fucking self-indulge over your untherapized religious trauma. Genuinely. Nobody wants to see that. It's cringe. This is a message to all writers out there. Like, write a story. If you got some suppressed religious trauma, you could write a story just fine. Just don't get so self-indulgent about it. Now the vice president is definitely going to die. Oh, he's going to die. I just hope that, like, he doesn't do it in a quote-unquote honorable way or goes out in some glory. I hope he goes out like a little bitch, because that's the kind of person those people are. They're little bitches. I hope it's shown how much of a fucking coward he is. And I also hope that he's not just tortured too much. Maybe a little bit. A little bit of torture might be fine. Yeah, but, like, that brings me back to the point of, like, nobody wants to see you self-indulge. That's the biggest thing with writing. Like, even all the way back with the fucking inner conflict thing. Nobody wants to see self-indulgence. People want to see you tell a story and see characters experience a story. Nobody wants to see the writer's hand manipulate the world so that they can fulfill their fantasies. That's why nobody liked fucking so many overpowered isekai anime. That's why so much of it is called trashy. That's why a lot of, like, porn stuff doesn't take off. Have a balance. That's the thesis of this TED Talk. The turning of in which Zerthamon came to know Gith, Zerthamon ceased to know himself. Her words were as fire lit in the hearts. I thought Zert... Wait. Oh, wait, is Gith... Oh, Gith is another person. Oh, I thought I was referring to Gith Yankee or Gith Sarai. Okay, I understand. My mistake. Okay. Her words were as fires lit in the hearts of all who heard her. In hearing her words, he wished to know war. He knew not what afflicted him, but he knew he wished to join his blade to Gith. He wished to give his hate expression and share his pain with the Illithid. I can already see where this is going. I like this. Because if you're the mastermind, let's use this as an example. If you're the mastermind of a revolution, you don't have time to put your passion behind, because you're busy organizing all of this and coming up with the ideas of like what's going to come after your revolution and things like that. You don't have time to be the fist of the revolution, be the icon, the headdress, the figurehead, to be the voice that screams out down with the tyrant. You need someone to do that. You need to evoke emotion and passion out of your people to get the revolution going, and you need someone to channel that out of them. You cannot do it yourself. Maybe you can try, but it's gonna be fucking hard, and most of the time it's gonna fail. You need to have pretty much someone designated to that. That's why Hitler was a horrible strategian, because he didn't put any time into any sort of strategy or what he's gonna do. He just came up with fucking throw shit at the wall strategies and then shouting speeches. Like, that's all he fucking did. That's why the Nazis failed horribly. There was no one who actually understood logistics to handle the situation. And this is not pro, alright? Nazis were fucking stupid. All he had was the passion, and that is actually what brought such rise to the Nazi movement, was the passion behind his speech, was the vigor. It rose emotions out of people, but it didn't have anywhere to effectively go, so it burned out fast, really fast. How the Germans could have won the war. It was doomed to fail, because Hitler had no idea of how he wanted to fucking run anything. He had no idea of how to actually run the state after he did his little cleansing. Like, maybe he had an idea or two, but he had no actual concrete plan. And he had no interest in that plan, because he literally had a rule to where if you awake him from his nap, he will execute you. And that led to his downfall, because nobody wanted to wake him while the D-Day invasion was happening. He had too much I'm about to bring it back to this too. He had too much self-indulgent shit. Hitler's speeches were actually fire. They weren't. They were pretty cringe. The point I'm trying to hammer home is that, like, the reason it got so much traction was because he was the voice to bring shit about, but the reason it burned out so fast was because there wasn't a wick for the fire to burn. He was the thing that lit the fire, but there was nothing to prolong that wick so that it could burn longer. Okay, so my Pathfinder session with friends has just ended. How's it going? We're talking about Nazis. Anyways, Nazis lost for a reason, and they were not going to survive any longer than that. That's all I got to say at the end of that. But yeah, for revolution, for any sort of change, you need that voice. You need to bring out the emotion to get shit done. Because that is one of the best ways to get shit done, is to get people emotionally involved. Because emotions are strong. But if you only have that emotion, and as I can tell this is about to go, Zerthamon is about to give into his emotions from Gith, and then it's gonna fail somewhere. Something's gonna be lost because of it, because he didn't have his head on straight and he didn't focus on the logistics. You have the passion, the passioneer. You have the passioneer bring out the emotion from the crowd, and then you have the logician. The planner. You have the planner then guide that emotion onto the right path. You need both sides of the coin to get a revolution working. And if you don't, it is going to fail. And even if you somehow storm the palace and take out the leader, you're not going to have a stable government afterwards. It is going to turn into France after their revolution. Just pure passion of wanting the tyrant dead, and then nothing afterwards. That is why France got stuck there for so long, so many years. And then Napoleon stepped into the power vacuum. VOD watchers skip like 30 to 60 minutes. Wait, I should have said that an hour ago. Yeah. Oh, finally, Path got the yapping. I've been yapping for so long. I think I've almost spent an hour yapping. Alright. Alright. The turning. Yes, this. Gith was one of the people, but her knowing of herself was greater than any Zerthamon had ever encountered. She knew the way of flesh. She had passion. She knew the way of flesh. She knew the Ithalids, and in knowing herself, she was to know how to defeat them in battle. It is a metaphor for her confidence. She had her passion, and her expressed passion demonstrated her sheer confidence in herself and in the revolution, and that in and of itself inspires people. The strength of her knowing was so great that all those that walked her path came to know themselves, and then they grew confident in and of themselves. Gith was but one. Her strength was such that it caused others to know their strength, and Zerthamon laid his steel at her feet. It is showing confidence, even if you're faking the confidence, simply showing and boasting out confidence. Not indulgent confidence, not prudish, egotistical confidence. I mean the confidence to stand tall, back straight, to stand by yourself. That inspires people to join you and stand on their own. This is teaching about leadership, basically. Yep.
It is I.
Oh, fuck, I didn't mean to do that.
What is your will?
There is a great strength in numbers, but there is also great power in one. For the strength of the will of one may gather numbers to it. There is strength not in only knowing the self, but knowing how to bring forth others. That is perfect description of leadership. Leadership is a fantastic tool to get shit done. And you have come to know the fifth circle of Zerthamon. With this knowing, I impart this to you. Meditate upon its teachings, and the knowing of it shall give you strength.
I feel stronger.
Oh shit, I already leveled up. Sweet! Wow. God, there's fucking... How many circles are there? Is there gonna be 9 circles? Read it. Upon the blasted plain, Zerthamon told Gith there cannot be 2 skies. In the wake of his words came war. Upon the blasted plains, the people have achieved victory over their Ithalid masters. They knew freedom. I really like how the war is designated to one line in their text. I really like that. You didn't spend too much time describing the war and bloodshed. That's all you need to know. They won. I like that a lot. 8? Oh, okay. Yet before the green fires had died from the battlefield, Gith spoke of continuing the war. Many, still filled with the bloodlust in their hearts, agreed with her. She spoke of not merely defeating the Ithalids, but destroying all Ithalids across the plains. After the Ithalids had been exterminated, they would bring war to all other races they encountered. And passion can grow too far. Yup. It burns too bright, and it sets ablaze everything else. That is very good. In Gith's heart fires rage. She lived in war. In war, she knew herself. All that her eyes saw, she wanted to conquer. Zerthamon spoke the beginnings of that which was against Gith's will. He spoke that the people already knew freedom. Now they should know themselves again and mend the damage that had been done to the people. Behind his words, there were many other hearts. Oh, this is where Githyanki and Githzerai come from. Many other hearts of the people who were weary of the war against the Ithalid. Know that Gith's heart was not Zerthamon's heart on this matter. She said that the war would continue. The Ithalid would be destroyed. Their flesh would be no more. Then the people would claim the false worlds as their own. Gith told Zerthamon that they would be under the same sky in this matter. The words were like barred steel. Yeah, don't need to know the war blow by blow. You just need to know what happened afterwards. Exactly. From Zerthamon came the pronouncement of two skies. In the wake of his words came war. So this is what... okay, is this actual lore in D&D? Because I never actually knew the backstory between Githzerai and Githyanki. Even though I know a lot. I don't actually know the lore because they were so old and it has hardly changed. All I knew was that they were constantly at war. So this is the reason. It's because one wanted war and the other one wanted to stop.
What is your will?
Yeah, it's about the Gith people split. Okay. This is actually, like, even accurate to traditional D&D. I know this is AD&D. I know that Zerthamon's devotion of the people was such that he was willing to protect them from themselves. He knew the Ithalids had come not to know themselves in their obsession with control and power. So he chose to stop Gith before she carried the people to their deaths. There must be a balance in all things, or else the self will not hold. Literally everything I was saying. You gotta find a balance with everything. You gotta find a balance with writing, the eternal struggle. You gotta do it with the physical side. You gotta find a balance in life with helping people and then knowing when you gotta put your foot down. There's so much shit. This is very good. And then it's also very much what I said before with before she carried people to their deaths. Her fire would burn bright, but it would snuff out fast because there was no way to channel it. You have seen the words and know them. Dakon's voice slows and his hands grip the edges of the unbroken circle. Oh, yeah. Wait. This is different. He twists it clockwise and there is a click as two plates slides forth. Dakon stares at the two plates in his hands. He makes no move to hand them to you. Dakon, is that second plate for you? Dakon falls silent. His blade has ceased shimmering, the film freezing upon its surface. He is staring at the second plate, paralyzed. Do you know the sixth circle? Dakon looks up, and his coal-black eyes do not meet your gaze. No, there is nothing more I may teach you. You know the way as the people know it, and it shall give you the direction by which you may know yourself. That's not what I asked. Do you know the fifth circle or not? Dakon is silent for a moment, then speaks, his voice slow and careful. It has come to pass that I do not know the sixth circle of Zerthamon. Once I knew it, but I know now I only saw the words. Dakon's eyes stare through you. That is all. It is my path that I no longer know the way of Zerthamon. Dakon, there is one other thing I would know. Why is Vilkar's eye in the circle of Zerthamon? It seems strange. It tells of how the people benefited from a treachery from their own, it seems. Dakon's eyes flash. I have told you it is part of the telling of how the people came to know freedom. Do you not listen? His voice flattens as if he is reciting a passage from memory. It tells the people that even in the greatest treachery, a greater knowing may be achieved. It doesn't sound to me like you believe that. I think there's another reason Vilkar's eye is in the center of Zerthamon, is in the circle of Zerthamon. It is set there because of the sixth circle and the pronouncement of two skies. It's there to justify Zerthamon's treachery to the people upon the blasted plains. Dagon is silent, and his blade bleeds into a dead black, teeth rippling along the edge. He divided the people upon the blasted plains, Dagon. He divided your race, and when they were on the path to victory, you would like to believe that it was because he wished to save the people from themselves. But I don't think you believe that. Dagon is silent for a moment, and he speaks slowly. I do not know the sixth circle as it is known to others. I fear that the third circle, the fourth circle, and the sixth circle are more closely linked than many know, and it is in that knowing that I have lost myself. In the third circle, Zerthamon submerged his will to deceive the Ithalids. Then, in the fourth circle, it speaks of the benefits of treachery. Then in the sixth circle, Zerthamon divides his people before they exterminate the Ithalids. Do you think Zerthamon's words may not have been his own? Know my words, and know the wound that lies upon my heart. I fear that when Zerthamon was upon the Pillars of Silence, he did not submerge his will. I fear his will was taken from him by the Ithalids, and when he spoke upon the blasted plains, it was their words he spoke. I fear that what he did was not for the people's sake, but for our former masters. It's possible, but no, it doesn't necessarily mean that...
Updated my journal.
Then know this, and speak of it no more. Dagon's voice is like a knife. Know that I shall never know the truth, and there is no resolution to this matter. For I shall never know Zerthamon's heart upon the blasted plains. His coal-black eyes glare at the stone circle in his hand, and so I do not know myself because of the unbroken circle of Zerthamon. Very well, Dagon. We'll discuss this no more. Let's move on. I also want to say some very subtle writing. The unbroken circle of Zerthamon. As we were being taught about the unbroken circle of Zerthamon, he was taking circles off of it. As we were learning, we were proceeding to break the circle, and we have now reached this moment where we've now come to learn of his full-blown shattering of the belief. Just something I wanted to point out there. The circle is broken right now. I love subtle writing, man. I could copy this spell, but if I do that, will I still learn it? Like, will it stay learned? That's something I... Fuck it. Oh. Wait, what? Oh shit, did I just fuck up? As it will stay learned. You can switch class and it will stay learned after. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, yo, Dagon.
Endure. In enduring, what is your will?
Weapon craft, please. Thank you. Alright, fuckers, let's get out of here. Stop. You're not finished? Shit. Fuck! Shit!
I hear your words. What is your will?
There we go. I'm a mage again. Alright, what am I doing next? Examine the circle yourself. Trim the page upon the blasted plains. Heart rage fired. What about this? I'll use it to copy balance of all things into a spell book. When hit the same number of times as level. That's the spell. A balance of all things? Well, I can't learn it. It's already in my spell book. From the separation of the people came the knowing of two skies. From the knowing of two skies came the realization that hurting others hurts oneself. Oh, give it to Dagon. I thought only I could learn it. Oh, okay. Oh, now he knows the spell. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool, because he didn't know it. Okay, I like that. I like that. That's cool. That's spicy. Is it all that you needed me to do? It looks like it's seen better days.
Don't want to part with that.
What's next? Oh, now examine it? Wait, how? It's gone. Oh! See if you can puzzle out any new combinations. Oh! As you examine the rings of the second circle, you find a strange link in the plates that mentions the laboring of the Gift people to achieve the Rising. A new circle emerges from the link and you unlock it. Know that the rising of the people against the Ithilid was a thing built upon many turnings. Many were people who lived and died under the time's blade while the rising was shaped. The rising was shaped upon a slow foundation. Steel was gathered so that it might mark Ithilid flesh. It means of knowing. The movements of the Ithilids was established. At first weak and confused, then stronger, like a child finding its voice. When the movements were known, then the Ithilids were observed. In observing them, their ways of the mind were known. Excuse me. Circle 7 and 8. Oh, that's what the high end is for. Oh, okay. When you finish DMC 5, we should try the multiplayer. Oh, yes! When the ways of the Ithilid were known, many of the... Wait, isn't DMC... Was it 4? Is that the multiplayer one? I swear there was one with multiplayer built into it, and people didn't like it. Why ads right now? So, mods! Give this man a subscription. We'll talk after the ads finish. God, we're already at 4 hours. I feel like it was just... Wow, I've been yapping a lot. Holy shit. When the ways of the Ithilid were known, many of the people were gathered and taught in secret that the means to shield their minds, in the way of to harness their will as weapons. They were taught the scripture of steel, and more importantly, they were given the knowing of freedom. These things were not learned quickly. The knowing of much of the ways was slow, and in all these things, time's weight fell upon all, from knowing one of the reflections in a steel blade, to knowing the submersion of the will, to the knowing of seeing itself. All of these things and more the people built upon. In time, they came to know the whole.
I feel stronger.
Oh shit.
What is your will?
There was a seventh circle within the stone of Zerthamon. It spoke of the building of the rebellion against the Ithalids. Dagon falls silent. What does this seventh circle speak of? I don't know. It speaks of time and labor, but I haven't found meaning in it. When I come to know its wisdom, I'll share it with you. I'm missing something. I have 2 other quests lined up. This time, they're a bit shorter. Okay, I'll probably do them. Yeah, this feels more like lore instead of any meaning behind it. Higher wisdom and discuss with Dagon. Okay. I would say, like, the meaning is, like, the power of slow... Oh, 19. Oh, okay. Well, it's the power of, like, slowly building your force, right? The power of time, of being gradual, not rushing into a fight, not diving into it head first. Alright, but let's continue. What are these quests? Hey, we're back. What are these quests you speak of?
Hey, we're being watched, Chief.
What
Just look
is
natural.
your will?
Casual.
It's to finish Dagon's quest, basically. Oh, okay. I'll keep this for when I have to do it again. I already have a wisdom tattoo. That's the issue. I already have a +2 wisdom. So, I'm at 18 and I'm kind of stuck there. I don't think there's a way to get a higher one. But I can increase my wisdom later when I level up, so we can hold that off. You can get a +1. In addition? Wait, can I manually do... They stack? They stack? Oh yeah, she can't take any, cause like she's keeping her skin clean. Oh, that's cool. Okay, there's nothing to sell to him. I didn't know they stacked.
What is your will?
Teachings, art, very well. Let me double check. 20. All right, perfect. Oh, but I don't have 18 intelligence now. Okay, wait, hold on. So do I need both intelligence and wisdom at the same time? Or did I just use the intelligence I needed? Like, then I can switch back to intelligence to then do the 8th circle, then switch back to wisdom to understand it.
What is your will?
There was a 7th circle within this 7th circle. It speaks of time as an ally, not as an enemy. It says that patience can sharpen even the smallest of efforts. Alright, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Time is, genuinely though, time is fantastic. Like, for example, I'm gonna bring up my book again. I am disappointed in myself, the fact that it has taken this long, but I've started writing this fucking over a decade ago at this point, and I have been very slowly ironing out. It's not as fast as I wish I was doing it, but I am getting faster. But the biggest thing is the fact that I have been rewriting the book a lot. The better I've gotten at writing, I would go back and realize, oh, this is kind of shit, and I start rewriting it. So, But at this point, I've now reached a good point to where I feel like I can push this shit out. And even while I'm at work, like sometimes I'll have to sit down and just wait for other people to do some shit. So that gives me perfect time to just whip out my phone and crack out like a sentence or two. And that by itself, just being able to write a sentence is good enough for me. If every day I can get just at the very bare minimum a sentence or two, and then other days I can get like a couple paragraphs or pages, as long as progress is made, I'm set. Progress is progress. And as long as it chips away at this behemoth of trying to sculpt the thing in my the fucking Michelangelo whatever the fuck in my mind, as long as I can slowly chip more and more off of the sculpture, I'm set. Because progress is unequivocally progress. It is a step forward. But if you don't take a step forward, that is where it starts to get bad. Because if you just stand there because you feel paralyzed, if you force yourself to at least put one sentence on there, that is progress. But if you sit there and stay paralyzed, no progress is being made. And that may, not always, that may just make you give up because you are making no progress. That is, at the very least, my own work philosophy when it comes to passion projects. As long as progress is being made, I am set. And this is very true. And I fucking love that. I love that lesson. It is a very good lesson. It is a lesson that I've actually given a lot of other people as well. Like, for example, some of my friends who are trying to draw and they just don't feel like they're doing good enough. As long as you make something, you are getting better. And that is what matters. The fact that you are getting better, the fact that you are chipping away at that structure in your mind. As long as you are chipping away at that big chunk of marble, you are getting closer to the image that you have in your mind that you want to do. That's what matters to me. Daikon is silent for a moment. Will you make this circle known to me? That's sweet. I love how the switching of places. As you take the circle and twist the links, 2 plates slide from the interior and into your hands. You have no idea where they came from, but the unbroken circle still seems intact. The 7th circle remains. Daikon watches you silently. There are 2 plates here. Perhaps we should both study them, you and I? Daikon is silent for a moment. There is much you have come to know of the circle, and your knowing carries a greater weight than mine. Dagon matches your gaze. Know that your path is mine, and it shall come to pass that as you knew the way of Zerthamon from me, I shall know the way of Zerthamon from you. Alright, now we switch back to Missile of Patience. I like that name, actually. Oh, he already knows this. Oh! Oh, he just can't learn it. Well, shit. How the fuck am I gonna do that? Oh, I don't have enough. Hold on.
I'm gone.
Give me tattoos. Give me... not might. Insight? Yeah, insight. Oh, wait. It's because I didn't actually have the +2 in there. I'm fucking stupid. It's fine. It's whatever. It doesn't... I'm not mad. Fucking bitch. As you examine the rings of the 7 circles of Zerthamon, you suddenly become aware of the pattern in the way the links are formed. You hook your fingers into the sides of the circle and unlock a hidden segment, pulling the plate forth so you can study it. Know that the mind divided divides the man. The will and the hand must be as one. In knowing the self, one becomes strong. Know that if you know a course of action to be true in your heart, do not betray it because the path leads to hardship. Okay, know that without suffering, the rising would have never been, and the people would never have come to know themselves. That just put a realization in my mind. So, the thing I just realized earlier when I was talking about like the congruence of like how much of a supernatural suffering there is, like the fact that characters have to go through like a supernatural amount of trauma compared to a normal person, I for some reason either never or like I never processed it. I probably haven't processed it. Like it just makes sense. But they had go through so much suffering so that in comparison, you go, they made it through it. I can make it through my own suffering right now. Because we're always suffering. And that is something profound that I never realized is the reason we put our characters through so much suffering is so that we can look at them to do it ourselves. Actually, I think I might have even brought this up without even fully processing it earlier in that conversation. But like that's why they go through so much I don't even know the fucking adjective for it. Just so much indescribable torment that we put them through as writers is so that, well, I mean, we have them as a role model. Yeah, no, I did say this earlier. Why the fuck did I never... I don't know why it being phrased like this made me think it was something entirely different. I did say this earlier. What the hell? But yeah, no, it's phrased like that. It's phrased more empathetically than like having it be a role model for people. He said the line. Torment. Shut up. I don't know why like phrasing it empathetically made me think it was something entirely different. But like, I don't know. I mean, phrasing it differently can make you think of it differently. So I don't know. It made it sound so much better. Was that it's an example of like you can look at how bad they have it and be like, I can make it through my own. I can do this. I don't know. It's fucking funny. That's really stupid. I'm stupid. I'm fucking stupid. What the fuck? There was something else I wanted to say. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So it was the lesson that the mind divides the man, and the will and the hand must be as one, and knowing the self one becomes strong. This is a sentiment I can vibe with, but it's not one that I would 100% agree with, because it can be very dangerous to not have doubts in your mind. It can be dangerous to be a full-blown paragon, because if you are a paragon for something bad, well, that's bad. Like, obviously. Crusaders are the perfect example of that. They feel like they have a divine right from God to go exterminate people. And, like, that's not a good thing, obviously. So, it worried me reading this. And then, scroll down here, know that if you know a course of action to be true to your heart, that is the most important line to me. If you know in your heart that it is good, that you fundamentally understand that you are not doing a bad thing. More so, if you understand in your heart if someone is asking you to do something bad to someone else for whatever reason, to be a part of this exclusive group or some shit like that. If you know that it's a bad thing, and then you do not betray your heart, even though it will ostracize you from that group, that is better. That is better to know yourself and to know your heart than to give in and sacrifice those things just to be a part of whatever the fuck. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a good way to take this lesson right here, this overall, because this can be taken in a bad way, and this is a good and rather healthy way to do it. I appreciate that out of the writers. Well, that just depends on which side you're on. I mean, yeah. It really does depend on which side you're on, but like, I mean, like, it's not good to fucking exterminate a bunch of people. I mean, let's be honest here. It's not about doing a good thing, it's about doing the thing you believe in rather whether it's good or bad. Well, but yes, obviously this is what it goes for, but that's just the example I was using. If you have to do something bad to get in a group and you know it's not good, you follow your heart and get the fuck out of there. Same thing goes with you. If you have the passion to get this project done, using a more neutral example, if you have a passion to get this project done and you want to do it in your heart, but other circumstance wants you, like people want to hang out or things like that, but you really want to get this done, you then go full send into it and get it the fuck done. Dagon is lawful neutral for a reason. Well, I mean, yes, I know, but like I can still use this in a good context. Neutral is in between. You can use it in a good or bad context. That is the point of neutral. You can use this in a bad context. If you in your heart are so enraged that you feel justified in beating the shit out of this person who simply annoyed you, and then you follow your heart. That is why I was saying this can go either way, and why it makes me iffy, because it is something that you can say as a good thing and then turn it around later and then use it as justification to do a bad thing. That's why I was iffy about this, because it's a tactic of abusers. I don't like those people. Know that if there is nothing in all the world that can stand against... What the fuck? Oh, hold on. Know that there is nothing in all the worlds that can stand against unity. When all know a single purpose, then all hands are guided by one will, and all act with the same intent, the planes themselves may be moved. And that, I love that too. This brings back to the actual Gith, like the woman Gith. If you are such a good leader that basically the people that follow you are your will, and all you have to do is speak the command and then they will get it done, that is fucking powerful. That is also a fantastic responsibility. It honestly does feel amazing to have that, but it is a great responsibility to take care of. You do not want to abuse that. And if you do, I'm going to hunt you down. That's just how it works. But it is so powerful to just have the people of one mind. This is actually why the military is so powerful. This is why there is no connection like having your team in the military. It genuinely isn't. It is so impossibly hard to get that connection anywhere else, because you are trained, you are broken down in boot camp and rebuilt and trained to be, we have each other's back no matter what. No matter what happens, we are not going to leave each other, and we are going to make sure we get the fuck out alive. That is what you are trained for with your troop, or team, or squad, or whatever the fuck term you want to use. That is what makes it so powerful, and the fact that you all operate in one mind, where you look to him and then you look to your leader. It can be a she. That it came out like that because that's just how I was raised. You can look to your leader, they give you the order, and then you get it done. That is what is so powerful about the military, is the fact that you take the order and you get it the fuck done. There is no squabbling, because that is one of the biggest things that will collapse groups of people, is the squabbling inside. And actually a pretty good example of this is actually looking at the musical Epic. Check it off your fucking bingo cards. I'm bringing up Epic again. One of my favorite songs in the entire series is Luck Runs Out, because it completely sets up and plays with the inner squabble between Eurylochus and Odysseus, where Eurylochus sees that Odysseus is off his game, doesn't know what's going on, but is trying to be more cautious just to save more of his men, because 20-something already died to a Cyclops. And Odysseus, seeing this opportunity of the home of this wind god, sees this glorious opportunity to get the fuck home, get help from the wind god. He doesn't have a plan, but he can figure it out. He's figured out so many times already. Like, he's already talked his way out of the Cyclops and then managed to still kill him using his wit and all the things like that. He can figure this out, even though he doesn't have a plan. And they both squabbled, and at the very end of the song, he pulls Eurylochus aside and says, I need you to follow my command. I don't care what happens, but I need you to do this, otherwise we're all going to die. Because your squabbling draws tension between everyone else, and they all start doubting each other until we then get frozen in confusion and doubt of me and each other. I'm sorry. That was horribly phrased. Let me start again. Pull them aside. They all get frozen in doubt, and that is what's going to get us killed because we aren't moving forward. That is the issue, and that is what this describes, is that if there is too much squabbling, you're not going to get anything done, and you're going to be stuck in place. It is the same shit with up here. If you don't follow your heart, if you betray your heart, you're done. You're stuck. It's a good lesson. It's a good lesson in leadership, really. If your people don't trust you, if they don't believe in you, it's not going to end well. Whether that results in mutiny or not. A divided mind is one that does not know itself. When it is divided, it cleaves the body in two. When one has a single purpose, the body is strengthened. In knowing the self, grows strong. And also, this is also true for, like, if you have two different, like, passions in life and then they conflict with each other, it sucks. Like, if your fucking girlfriend says, you can't get that puppy or I'm breaking up with you, conflicts, so you get divided. And obvious. I don't need to explain this to you. I don't know why I was even explaining that to you. You aren't children.
What is your...
Oh wait, hold on. I need to switch to wisdom. There we go.
What is your will?
There was an eighth circle within the stone of Zerthamon, and it spoke of a division in the mind. Dagon falls silent. When he speaks again, his tone is quiet, almost reverent. What does this eighth circle speak of? It speaks of focus and discipline, about how not knowing oneself can physically divide the man. It also speaks of the weakness that division causes. It seems to me that it tells one to not only know themselves and take strength from that, but that your focus can reveal weakness in your enemies. I mean, that's also true. Dagon is silent for a moment. Will you make the circle known to me? Damn, that's a lot of XP. As you take the circle and twist the links, 2 more plates slide from the interior and into your hands. As with the 7th circle, you have no idea where they came from, but the unbroken circle still seems intact. The 8th circle remains. Dagon watches you silently. There are 2 plates here. I also like how, like, the whole gimmick of it works is that you have to be smart enough to recognize the links, to then shift it, to then read the passage, and then have the wisdom to understand. I kind of like how that works. I like the gimmick of it. Dagon stares at the plates, his eyes flickering over the geometries upon them, then looks up and matches your gaze. His blade bends, shifts until the shimmering you noticed before has become a silver glow. He seems stronger somehow. Know that when death comes for you... Strength permanent? Holy shit! Wait, was that me or him? Oh, that was him. Oh, that's sick as hell. Know that when death comes for you, know that I shall meet its blade with mine. Know that when all dies around you, know I shall live for your sake. When we die, Dragon, it shall be the same death. It shall be the pronouncement of 2 deaths as well.
Updated I feel stronger.
Fuck. Yeah, that was badass as hell. Alright, can I switch back now?
Reasons for your... What is your will?
I'll switch back to the sword. Now that Dagon is upgraded, you can give you 2 constitution. Ooh, shit, that's nice. Ah, fuck, hold on.
The flesh on the blasted plains. Zerthamon told Gith that there can... Zerths are those that know... What is your will?
God fucking damn it. Alright, now that Daikon is upgraded, if you give him a +2 Constitution tattoo, he'll also restore it. Really? Oh shit, give me that. Gimme. 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 Gimme your contact. Gimme your contact. Might, insight, spirit, action, dexterity. Health, constitution. We are so low on these now. Con. Greater health? Yes, it is. Greater warning, 2 armor class. Alright.
Endure. I hear your word. Your path is mine. What is your will?
Now I can switch back. There we go. Greater warding. This. Can I sell these back to him?
Done.
No, I can't. Fuck. Do I just get rid of them? Do you have an open spot? No. Do you? You do have an open spot, actually. What is this one for? Mages. Accuracy. Dexterity. I want to give you... What's your stats? Wisdom. Yeah, alright. You have... Either don't really matter. Actually, intelligence does. And then both of you can't, yeah. You can't take tattoos, you can't take tattoos. That's sad. Yeah, whatever. His blade should be at the highest possible morale and upgraded accordingly. Oh, sweet. Alright, that's fucking sick as hell. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, wow, it is late. What time is it? 6? Shit. Okay, I might have to end stream. Damn it. Oh, well. We can do these two next time. Keep the tattoos, you might need them later. Okay.
Done.
Can I store them anywhere? No, I'll just give them to Mort. He's a good, like, drop shit off. Yeah, he's a good guy at that. Alright, I will have to end the stream here because it is starting to get late in the day and I still have, I want to get some writing done, believe it or not. All this talking gets me inspired. So have a great rest of your day, you fucks. Don't die, all that shit. Y'all know the drill. Tomorrow we'll be continuing this. I might, again, be a little late. I'm leaving at 7 to go meet some friends at, like, a pizza place because he wants to give me something and then I'll probably be playing, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or watching them play Yu-Gi-Oh! For a minute. That was a good yapping. It was a pretty good yapping session. I feel, honestly, I do feel kind of good after that yapping session. I hope you guys too. I hope I didn't isolate any of you in that yapping session. Y'all are cool. Y'all have your own opinions. That's fine. But yeah, so tomorrow I might be a little late, but hopefully I won't be. We'll be continuing more Planescape, and then I will. I don't know. Have a great rest of your day, fucks. Don't die.